Why are there no evangelical elites? Huh, that's a good question. I want to do a rebuttal to one of AA's videos using rugby. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot I'm live right now. Chat. You were not supposed to hear me. How dare you people?
Hello, everybody. We're on Thursday instead of Wednesday because I had a freaking rough day physical health wise yesterday. I woke up. Spoon's got some stories. I've got a very minor story. Uh, I was just happened to be browsing Twitter and saw this woman telling this like story that she was, describing as incredibly traumatic about how her sister went to the ER and all the doctors, the misogynistic doctors, she made very sure to clarify, would do for her sister is give her a Percocet and some other painkillers, but she was in horrific pain. And then it turned out she had an ovarian cyst, which is basically like cancer. Here's the thing: I have endometriosis. I get ovarian cysts all the time. Uh, unless you run a fever or have symptoms of shock, and by the way, as Bill can attest, I often run a fever when I have one of these rupture. You don't need to go to the hospital. It hurts a lot. Yes, it's very painful, but you don't have to go to the hospital. And my response to this woman just brought down a deluge of women giving the classical woman argument. Where it's like the average woman is 5'5" or whatever it is, or 5'4". But I'm 5'7". Okay, cool. For the average person, in the average case of an ovarian cyst, unless you start running a fever or having symptoms of shock, you not only do you not have to go to the ER, but if you go there, all they're going to give you is painkillers, which is what they gave you your sister. And so it was just, I had an ovarian cyst, and it had to be surgically removed, and like there's all these fucking stories every time. Women absolutely cannot understand averages. The average woman cannot get it. But then to the twist of fate on this is that the next morning I had an ovarian cyst rupture, so I was in horrific pain, and then I passed out and slept most of the day, and I was getting ready to do the stream last night, and then I got a migraine, which almost assuredly was a result of the former. I'm like, these witches cast a hex on me like they were trying to do to Donald Trump, I guarantee it.
No, I think those witches needed more perks.
Yeah, well,
so wow. All I get to play with is Percocet, legitimately one of the strongest painkillers and most frequently used like recreational drugs in the market. Woe is me. Here's an idea, love. Hawk the Percocet and get some drugs that actually work for you.
Like codeine?
I guess. Well,
they don't even give like perks to like people in labor these days. Aren't they like down to like the stuff that gives kids autism?
Oh yeah, I forgot. You guys don't get codeine, do you?
You can get
cocodamol, which is codeine and paracetamol mixed together.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's over the counter over here.
Yeah, you can get that over the counter, but
I was gonna say because we get codeine over the counter here as well, and to the Americans that's like mind blowing. Like, what, you can get codeine over the counter? Like, yes, like holy shit.
Yeah, because we don't make lean.
And then because our population is more stable.
But cocodamol is a mixed drug, like Bill said, so it's not not like a Vicodin. It's significantly, it's a small amount.
It boils down to people here aren't making lean.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too. And also
I can't even get lean in my fucking beef mince these days, let alone afford it in fucking like chemical form.
And you get lean in beef mix.
It's a joke about fat content. You can't get decent quality high protein mince meat.
Spoon, you
God,
you were
these
in
fuckers
some
are-
drama as well. You said, or something approaching it.
I was in drama. What drama was I in?
You said your audience was unhappy. You got a bunch of comments on your latest video.
No, yeah, I did the mean thing of the right wing, which is you may not criticize Sargon for any stupid shit or contradictory shit he says ever. Which I thought was quite strange. That. Yeah, I thought so as well, because his criticisms of Kyle Kalinske were not terribly good, because he focused more on how Kyle sounds. And I'm just listening to Kyle going, okay, none of this is particularly outrageous or insane. He's just critical of foreign policy the way any lefty would be, libertarians as well, for that matter. And I just, you can, it was like 6 or 7 minutes in, I'm going, what have you actually said other than Kyle is naive as to the machinations of great powers? That's basically it. Because he went on this whole spiel of, oh, well, we shouldn't do this. According to who? Like, well, the voters is the reason he's pissed. Because he even said this is not what the voters signed up for. You can disagree with it. You can say a democracy is cringe and gay and the powers that be will act within its own interest in the way that displease voters, but who cares? Like,
we'll watch it here in a second, the clip in question. Lamented, who's been member for 8 months, says, hello, Crown Crew. After this month, I've concluded that my countrymen are cognitively stunted. I mean, there's certainly a lot of evidence. We're going to talk about the Greenland stuff tonight, but let's start with this Venezuela
Lamented, you just posted the least doxing comment you could possibly have said. That could be
true.
Anywhere.
Lamented is American, though.
And says, I hope they find a cure.
He's fine.
I've got the clip up here. Yes, Lamented is.
I feel more sorry
guy.
for his mental well-being, because he's one of the more intelligent Americans, and I've noticed the smarter Americans are, the more they seem to hate their countrymen.
Yeah, it's true in many places, to be fair.
I don't hate my countrymen. I hate the behaviors.
Have you tried harder?
You're more than welcome to stand here and hate Americans. You're in good company. For
anyone can hate the rich, but do you have the bravery to hate the poor?
Yeah, that does take true bravery. Indeed.
Wait, what's the ethnic breakdown of said poor?
Take a fucking wild guess.
The based question, but
how's food stamps going?
I mean,
fair enough.
It depends on the region. If it's West Virginia or if it's
are they printing them again? Can we finally put Obama on a piece of currency?
Or if it's certain parts of Virginia, which we'll also be talking about tonight. I should set up what the show is going to be covering tonight. We'll be talking about the multiple Greenland gaffes, which is another big, I'd say, embarrassment in terms of how a lot of Americans reacted to it. Oh my
God, the amount of cheering for that when fuck all happened was insane.
Yeah, it's now concluded. It's pretty much nothing, because nothing ever happens. But the amount of just, oh my God, Trump, just go take Greenland. Just, yes, please spend trillions of dollars to acquire Greenland. Which, by the proposals that were being thrown out there that I saw people say based were something like, what was it, $100,000 for every Greenlander, plus how many billions of dollars was it to purchase the land? It was insane.
At this point, the American national debt is so high it is physically impossible to pay off. It is it is being people are putting money against it with that as collateral. You are actually making other countries poorer by devaluing the debt by expanding it at this stage. Just fuck it. Invent a okay, just go like the fucking Lockheed C-133, which is a jet so large it blots out the sun and has other jets as payload, like some fucking retarded, like fucking Sky Fortress, like something at a Future Cop. Like just go have at it. Also, this is just like the reason why Trump is doing this is because he like fucking Bronze Age mindset was one of his fucking pieces of required reading for his team. And what is it? Expansion of territory is.
Wait, really? That was one of his required readings?
Yes.
Bronze Age
big brouhaha about it. Yes, this is pre-crisis, mind you. This is during his before his first tenure.
Okay, that's
interesting.
I know this for a fact. And if I recall correctly,
explains a few things.
Yavin was actually talking about it specifically back when him and Baff were still talking to each other.
Oh, the good old days.
I'm assuming over latkes.
Yeah.
I'm joking. Yeah, no one would ever, like the regular Jews, would never associate with the Romanian or Albanian ones. But can we have a fucking phenotype roundup? Because I haven't been on in a while.
Yeah, it has been a bit.
Okay, we've got on the left, we've got Piers with the what's referred to as like the degraded Norman phenotype, which is what you get when you go further north and then say France. We got what's best described as if Stephen Crowder was put in a microwave for half an hour.
God damn it, Bill, I spilled coffee all over
we
my
have
head.
someone who has spent so much time shaping his beard he forgot to have a hairline. We have what if Milo were a Moroccan warlord. And we have that one. And on the end here we've got that guy who's going to be playing the leader in Marvel Stage 1488. Whenever the fuck they get around.
Michael Knowles. You're familiar with the guy in the...
He does. Look at this fucking Far Cry faction select screen.
He certainly looks like he's like a drug warlord.
Actually, no, I take it back. This is worse than that. This looks like this is like a sequel to Command and Conquer Generals. This is Command and Conquer oddly specific.
Oh god.
We have Hoi 4 at home. Hoi 4 at home.
Oh god, it's
Spoon, you said the guy, the black guy.
Hard Bastard. Hard Bastard calls him that homosexual prostitute from Miami Vice.
I mean, he does. Yeah,
he does look like a Miami Vice character.
Yeah.
This looks like the world's worst blunt rotation. It also looks like
I don't want to be on this blunt rotation now.
This looks like this is like GTA 6's talk show radio station.
Oh my god.
Oh god, it does. That is a really accurate description.
The rate Piers is going, it's the only place he'll get work is as a fucking GTA character.
That's a really good. That is the best
brings
comparison.
In a ton of views, allegedly.
These lads had some class.
So this is the clip you were talking about that you disagreed with Sargon's analysis of. Shall we?
Aside from Kyle's snippy behavior, I mean, he's a leftist for fuck's sakes. Like, oh my god, a leftist who's sane? Like, that doesn't exist in these days. So him being a bit spurgy is normal for a lefty.
Yeah.
Oh god, Kyle, Ballad of Gay Tony cosplay.
Yeah, cosplays all the time. Before I forget, because I almost did there. We're talking about the Greenland stuff. We're going to talk about the ongoing melties in Minnesota, and what was the other? The Democrats showing how you really can just do things in Virginia. No, they're not things that I like. They're not things that I think anyone likes, except for people who want to create permanent client classes out of the entirety of the population and depopulate whites. But nonetheless, Democrats came into power in Virginia and just signed in and proposed sweeping legislation that is insane. It like unfathomable levels of, you can just do crimes now, unless you're white, in which case being white is a crime. The only crime that I think is punishable now in Virginia. That's what power looks like. And Republicans consistently fail to understand that you really can just do things. The Republicans control the entire U.S. government at this point. Excuse me.
Jack shit.
What'd you expect?
Do nothing.
The whole point of the Republican Party is to be legitimately lobotomized, like donkeys leading lions. Like, if you got rid of everyone above a certain pay grade in the Republican Party, the right wing would be completely unstoppable. Because that's the whole design of the matter.
Yep, but they don't do shit. So, here's the GTA 6 radio station / Nightmare Blunt rotation.
I agree with all of it, but I do understand the logic to what Trump is doing here.
No, you don't.
Do you?
No, because we don't have a right to act like this around the world. We're supposed to be a nation among nations, not a nation above nations. And they used to at least lie to us in the past and say that this is good for the world and we're spreading freedom and democracy. Now they don't even bother to lie. Now it's naked, rank, disgusting imperialism where they say, we're going to take the oil. And the point is that we're going to take the oil. We're going to take the minerals. We're going to take the precious metals. We're doing this for our corporations. We're doing it for the Epstein class, the billionaires. And this, to piggyback on what Dave Smith said, is frankly not what many of the MAGA voters thought they were signing up for. They thought America First actually meant America First. By the way, you also replaced the Maduro regime with the Maduro regime.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that. It's also been now a week straight of pro-regime.
Dude, he's right. I mean, okay, the only thing I maybe push back on a little bit, and no, I won't. The imperialism's never stopped, and imperialism's a good thing. That being said, though, I do think that he's correct also that this isn't what MAGA voted for. This is the antithesis of what most people who are MAGA voted for. We didn't vote for foreign interventionism. We voted for America first. And what's going on? While all this stuff in Venezuela and now Greenland is happening, Minnesota is on the verge of I'm not gonna civil war. I don't have a beanie. No offense, Tim, but like Minnesota is basically a rogue state. The cost of living in the United States is out of control, particularly the cost of housing. People are fucking broke. The immigration crisis is labor market's fucked. White men in particular have basically been excluded from the entire workforce. All of this has come out. I mean, people knew it because they could feel it, but now there's been all of these reports about it that have proven it definitively.
Flagrant with it.
Yes, people can't point to much of anything and say that their lives are better off today than they were during the Biden administration, and that is incredibly condemnatory of Trump because Biden was a fucking empty vessel. He's demented.
Yeah, basically the deep state ran when Biden was in office. Yeah. It kind of reminds me of when Yavin said the government would actually run more efficiently if there was no White House, which is true because it basically governs like the executive branch isn't really there.
Mm-hmm.
It's always just been a simulacrum.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Kyle actually has a point on that.
Yeah, I don't actually disagree with anything he just said. I mean, if we looked at because
I don't really mind the masked offness of it, but there's a reason you leave the mask on. The reason you leave the mask on is to I'm not. This is going to sound pretentious, but yes, it's consent manufacture, and it's to keep people, the plebs, in line, right?
Yeah,
it's to tell them what they want to hear. And this makes them get rowdy. It makes them upset. In particular, this kind of the masked offness of it, even though that's always what the U.S. has done, it creates chaos.
I find it so weird because Saga just said, "Well, we can't just do this." Well, why not? It's like it's not regime change. I'm like, you replaced one head of government with somebody else from the government who is more amenable to U.S. interests. Okay, it's not regime change in the classical sense, but you did basically topple one government for other officials that are more amenable to, you basically wanted all the functionaries of regime change. And you're doing it with the gun to their head and saying, do what we do or else we'll black bag you. That's not a good way to run foreign policy. That's
You've lost the moral law, which is the...
Yes.
When you lose moral law, that's the foundation of all of the art of war. You've already lost.
Yeah, and
it's untenable.
The thing that just blew my mind about Sargon is, it's been 3 weeks. You have no idea what the hell is going on. You just read a piece and went, oh, look, they're more amenable to what America wants. I'm like, okay, well, first of all, you have no idea if that's true. One. Two, it's been 3 weeks.
It doesn't have time to be played out. Yeah.
You have no idea what the fucking hell is going on. And most importantly, when you look at this, it's not done in a vacuum. Everything you do has consequences on a global fucking scale. Like, other people will look at this and go, what the hell are you doing? We're not really approving of this, and they might be more cautious about doing business with you because the world is full of consequences. And it's not just, oh, look, we can just do things. You can domestically maybe, but it's...
I mean, you can just do things, but you need to do them domestically. This international stuff, when that is the opposite of what your base wants.
You need people to think it is benefiting them.
Yes.
If there's no moral law, then moral law must be manufactured with benefit.
Yeah. You need to show people why it's going to benefit the lives of everyday average Americans to depose a leader in Venezuela. And I don't think that it's been made very clear to people what that benefit is, because I'm not sure there is any benefit. Gas prices, we talked about this at the time, but gas prices might go down a little bit. By the way, I don't think they have significantly. It went down a little bit, but I think it's mostly stabilized. And to that point, gas prices were already quite low comparative to the cost of everything fucking else. Gas was one of the one things that had, was at relatively low levels. Everything else, the housing market's out of control at this point.
And also, can we point something out? If we look at how America interacted with Zelensky and like the insane amount of corruption there, are you trying to tell me Maduro is the only one who was corrupted? There's nobody else, and now it's just a regime of angels. And America, who does drug running in South America, is not going to do anything shady. As Trump just pardoned a drug runner from fucking Honduras.
Honduras, yes.
What world do you live in? Why? all the same powers that were there with previous regime changes are cheering this fucking on. And as soon as this happened, by the way, fucking what's his face? Lindsey Graham is eyeing Iran and Cuba frothing at the mouth. I'm like, are you trying to tell me that I should ignore everything because hooray, we did McCarthy bullshit, and then now we're gonna do what this fucker wants? Like, I am not in favor of anything that makes Lindsey Graham smile.
And the eyes are still on Iran, by the way.
Yes,
he's an outgroup to the American people. He is not not a member of the American civilization as we know it. He's just a parasitic creature latched onto it.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham is a disgusting parasite. He is Holden Bloodfeast personified. Yeah. But this eyes on Iran. I mean, those protests. As far as I understand, those have still been going on. And to me, has all of the markings of a little United States deep state-backed color revolution.
Totally not by Assad.
Oh, so what's the difference? You know what I mean?
Good point.
Functionally. Yeah. Oh, what is the difference? If the U.S. is involved in it in any way, which I wouldn't be surprised by, then it's at the behest of Mossad. Yeah. Of course. Anyway, I largely agreed with Kyle's, which is shocking because I find Kyle to be insufferable. But
I mean, look at him; he's offensive to the eyeballs.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, I do that with my hair too. I also bleach it white, but
by common sense.
I'm doing like an elf thing, you know. I don't know if is he going for a gay elf look? Because again, it's more Miami Vice.
He's going for a drug pusher look.
Yeah.
I like what Ice says. I don't spend any energy thinking about what Lindsey Graham wants. Yeah, Lindsey Graham doesn't spend any energy on what you want either. That's kind of the fucking problem.
No, you want to be keeping an eyeball on what he wants because it could be you next.
Yeah.
You want to keep an eyeball on him like he's a fucking like he's some
especially
kind
if you criticize
of
Israel
animal.
Yes. We would never do that here.
You keep an eyeball on Lindsey Graham the same way you keep an eyeball on there was a bear sighting in the region. Better keep the dogs inside this evening.
Speaking of Israel, I do have some criticisms for Israel's and the Jays later on, but that part comes later.
Don't do it yet. We need that Radio Shady money.
Yes, because of course.
If we get a Radio Shady Legends sponsorship before that segment, we'll cut it from the show.
Oh, actually,
send me the money. I'll make sure she gets it.
I have a pseudo. I know it's an announcement. I'll just make it today. I'll make an official statement about this later. I'll put it on. If you're a patron or on my Spackman Subscribe Star, you'll get a message about this in the next couple days. I'm starting a Substack. So what that's going to be is like a couple of weeks before a video that I'm working on comes out, you'll get the audio version of the article. You'll get the article itself. Part of both will be available for free. But then if you want to access the full things, there will be a paid fee. If you're a member of my Patreon or my Subscribe Star, you'll get access to that. I think at the same tier. So if it's like a $5 tier, I think I've not formalized this yet, so I'm still working on it. Because I just realized that as much as I like making kind of like documentary style videos, the YouTube algo has really disfavored me this last year. I am going to start a new channel as well, but Substack, I think. And I talked to Jay Burden the other day, and my interview with him or talk with him, should know when that's going live, the next couple of days. We talked a little bit about that the other day, and he and I have talked before about doing Substack. So look forward to that in the future. Again, if you already backed me on Patreon or Subscribe Star, you'll get access to all that stuff. So basically, if you just want to like read the video, read the research, and have links to it that are embedded, that's what I'll be doing next. I think that'll be a cool way to make sure my stuff gets out there a little bit more easily accessible than in video format. Anywho, let's get back to this, shall we?
Team protests. Now you have roving gangs of Venezuelan militias that are kidnapping Americans. But again, I come back to the fundamental point, which is if you sign on to stuff like this, you're saying might makes right and the law of the jungle is back. What you're saying is China has a right to go into whatever smaller country they want and depose the leader and say we're doing it because we can and we have the right to do it and we have bigger guns and there's nothing you can do to stop it. So they're never going to address that fundamental question, which is why do we have a right? Do we actually believe in international?
I mean, that is how it ultimately works.
Yes, but China is not the kind of people to do that. China doesn't.
They're currently having a military purge.
Yeah, the thing is, I can see Kyle's point. Right, and there is merit to that, but China is maybe not the best example. Russia is probably a better example because Russia actually did that. Yeah. And also, if you look at why did Russia do that? Well, it's very simple. Because Russia said to the Americans years and years and years and years, for 30 years, if you keep expanding a military alliance next to our border and you clearly hate us, then eventually we will use hard power and you can fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is fine. Even Sargon concurred with this several years ago when he interviewed with Louis.
Adam and Such.
Where where they spoke about it as well. Yeah, and then he actually just said, what are you doing there? So even Sargon there, for some bizarre reason, acknowledges that, if you're in a sphere of influence, you will get military hard power. When you look at South America, it's more, okay, what exactly is China's issue? Because China's just buying oil. They're buying oil they're just trading, for God's sakes. And when they say,
that's ultimately what all this stuff with Greenland is. This is a proxy war with China.
But it's so stupid
unabashedly.
This crap of, where China is a geopolitical rival to the United States. Like, in what sense? Is it economic? It's not military, because Lord knows they're not going to fuck with each other in any kind of capacity. Because they'll declare world war, and nobody wants that, let's be real. And secondly, the main buyer from China is the United States. I don't know what fucking country's going to go to war with their main trading partner. Why?
Yeah. Why would they do? Yeah, it makes it. Well, we're going to see that from the way Canada is certainly acting right now. Trump went and spoke at Davos yesterday. It's been like 2 or 3 days ago now. Which is how the conclusion to a lot of this stuff with Greenland went over, as we'll get to. Let's see, Rat Cheesington for 5. Sorry, I put my dark mode on. So it makes it hard to read. Rat Cheesington for 5 says, Spoon, I look forward to your rugby video, considering I played as a wing in high school. Also, you should stream Peak together and maybe add Uzulu. You don't want to see that man play any more video games. Holy shit.
I legitimately got so angry just hearing how he plays Fallout. I got sent like a reading list of what he was annoyed by, and I read this thinking, this is like a level of autism even Aiden would shrug at.
Well, yeah, I did.
Yeah, exactly. I remember seeing someone in the comments or someone on his stream was like wanting to kill him. I'm like, who is that person? I feel like I would be friends with her just based on their reaction.
You have to narrow it down, I think.
Yeah, true. Doesn't narrow it down. Anywho, let's get back to this.
The law, or was that all a joke? Are we rolling the clock back to the 1700s and the 1800s, and we're going super primitive style here? And I think the answer to that is yes. They want to go super primitive style.
International law goes back to antiquity. It's not some creation of modernity, whether we're talking about the 1700s or the 20th century.
The Geneva Conventions, the Nuremberg Tribunal, the Geneva Conventions and the Nuremberg Tribunal?
Yes, those exist, but international laws, the jus gentium, goes back to antiquity. However, unfortunately, a lot of our liberal friends think history began a few decades ago.
The League of Nations was useless. It fell apart, and that's why we had the UN. That's why we had the
I don't really...
I'm talking about millennia.
Sorry, I don't think this aside, I think, is pointless.
Yeah. Also, I dislike this argument when people go, "Oh, look, this goes back to like I don't care. You live here now. It doesn't matter what men 350 fucking years ago thought about anything. It's a very different world 350 fucking years ago versus what you have now because you have mass communications."
Michael Knowles' argument here is
350 years ago, we'd have just chopped everyone in the world's heads off and called it a day. We'd all pissed off and gone to the pub.
Yes,
indeed.
350 years ago, you used to still hang politicians. It's a very different world. Yeah. 350 years ago,
you can't do that
treason
now.
was taken seriously.
Yeah.
We looked at piles of millions of dead bodies, and we said that's a bad idea. We looked at piles of millions of dead bodies and said that's a bad idea. Let's not do that anymore. Let's actually have a framework and rules and laws. And Trump is blowing that up. By the way, he bombed fishing boats from Venezuela, Trinidad and Tobago, and Colombia. He just did the regime change in Venezuela. He bombed Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria and Iran. He's threatening Greenland and Panama and Canada and Cuba and Mexico. And you sit there the whole time and act like it's okay. Is there anything Trump can do, Michael Knowles, that you would say, I condemn it?
Hey, Carl, you know you can mount your camera on something stable, right? Have it fucking jostling around like a whore in heat.
Yeah, oof.
Taint for the rest of your fucking life.
No, there have been plenty of Trump policies that I've criticized because he's only right about 99.78% of the time.
God.
So the First Step Act, I thought,
his asshole's clean enough without your help there, Chief.
I would say the rest of the administration.
Oh God, I'm agreeing with Carl Kalinske. I should shoot myself.
Yes,
what's my problem is that you're a cuck and you're a hack and you're not an independent thinker and you're meat riding Trump.
Why do you say that?
I mean, I hate to agree with him as well, but
the worst person you know just had a good point.
Yeah,
like that. Knowles saying Trump is right about 99.7% of things. That's absurd. And I also can't look. yeah, I'm always really weirded out by particularly leftoids and we saw it last week with Papa God, where it's just like, cannot stop talking about gay sex and sucking dicks all the time. That part's weird. But maybe get a little bit off his dick. It's a bit shameful, Michael.
Trump's a big boy. He can wipe for himself. He doesn't need you tongue an asshole for him.
Yeah, and also the 98 points. Like, it's like, it's just cringe. Just
yeah. Let's see. M2M Tomb for 2 says, "Have a fun stream, Aiden. # get married amalgamite." Thank you, man.
I'll send a screenshot.
Yeah, do it.
I just answered your question. I corrected.
Congratulations, you rented your brain to a war criminal, pedophile, rapist. I hope you're happy.
A war criminal, pedophile, rapist? Do you brought up a point? You brought up international law, and you made a very false point, and a dumb point, which is that international law began only a few hundred years ago. I corrected you, and I pointed.
The rest of this clip is
Western tradition. Excuse me.
Okay,
it goes back.
That's not what he said. He just said, "Are we going to go back to the old days?" He was saying because there was no international law, and it is just law. Yeah, I think Carla's right. He didn't say we're going to go back to international law. He said, "Are we going to go back to the days where there weren't any?" It's not even the correct. Fuck! I hate to defend Carl Kalinske here, but for fuck's sake, like, if you're going to criticize, you can at least stick to what the man actually said.
This whole tangent is a tangent. It doesn't in any way address the core of what he fucking said. So it's just an aside to get away
That's
from
why
that.
I hate this, because Carl is the better looking one here, despite the fact that he's acting like a spurging twat. Like, just on the substance, the moment that you ignore what somebody's saying and try to...
broken clock and stuff, but damn.
Yeah, if you're trying to reinterpret when, like, that's not what he said, and you're a right-winger, and you're trying to criticize a lefty, and this is the shit you do, you look weak, and you look dumb, and you look disingenuous, which is how, and... He's trying to do the almost like the lefty thing. Yeah. Fuck it, yeah. Like, Knowles is trying to do the lefty thing, which is trying to act smug and think that they're right.
Yeah, it doesn't... It's annoying no matter who does it.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Maybe we should just dispose with the political cast entirely.
True.
I'm not in disagreement.
Cut the fat.
Yeah.
This isn't even the fat, because fat has nutritional value. This is the rind.
Ace Detective says 2 Tylenol Americans fighting. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Back to antiquity, it's a principle of the jus gentium, and then you said, "Well, international law has failed."
I have failure, I lack the limb necessary for the jerk-off motion I hold in my soul towards that sentence. What wank! It's an idea.
Indeed.
Just cut the middleman out and spaff in your own mouth on camera, because it would be more dignified than this fucking trash.
Oof.
Be undermining your argument and proving my point and proving Trump's point, because the liberal internationalism that was established by people like Woodrow Wilson did in fact fail, which is why we need to restore an older and more classical conception of the international order, which is precisely what Trump's doing. So I think you've hoisted yourself on your own petard, and then you just make a lot of vulgar sort of non-sequitur.
I mean, might does make right in many ways.
Yes.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
So they're kind of both right just for the wrong reasons. Politics.
Kyle wants the mask on, and there are arguments for that, which is about, again, maintaining civility, maintaining a society that is less chaotic.
Simply wrong in different ways.
Knowles actually isn't saying Trump is going back to that, and Kyle is just saying, "Yeah, this is what we're going back to." And Knowles isn't saying why that's wrong.
Kyle's just applying a power judgment, or is applying a moral judgment. And an ethical judgment to a reality, again, which is all politics or power politics. And Knowles isn't even addressing the point. Yeah, seems largely pointless. Let's finish this off, because I don't understand what even the contention about this clip was.
Thank you. Now you're arriving in the exact position that I was at. I said the same thing in my video. I went like, I'm not even sure what these two people are even arguing at this point.
Nor am I.
No.
All right, let me bring in...
Let me ask you this question. Hold on, Piers, let me ask him a question real quick. Tell me the name of the Minister of Defense in Venezuela.
Who cares?
Whatever his name is.
Well, and that's the problem, is that you're
Rodriguez
advocating for a regime change. You don't know the first thing.
I didn't. I just the opposite.
You're advocating
this is regime change. This is obnoxious gotcha stuff. It is Kyle Kalinske being Kyle Kalinske.
Yes.
Just because he's right about a few things doesn't mean we have to listen to someone who really tried his best to look like the Mexican version of Virgil from that shitpost from DMC Devil May Cry.
Yes,
but somehow managed to arrive on gay Tony Montana.
El exterminado de los Diminos.
I'm assuming he's really high because
probably it's why you got those sunglasses on. He wears them all the time.
Yeah, either Ritalin or
you know what?
Not the emergency.
Not Ritalin.
You know what? I agree entirely. I agree entirely with Dave Smith in this moment. That's about how I feel about this conversation.
Yeah.
I just want to correct something.
I heard Michael Knoll say the regime remains there, right? So he said the opposite, in fact.
Gay Barbie villain.
No, but he wanted to take out Maduro. Don't give me that.
Yeah, he's the new villain in the next Barbie movie.
It's Juan.
Oh God, yes. It's like a gay Ken.
Yeah.
It's Juan.
How has no one made that comparison? Now that you
little
say it,
I mean, that is
it's quite
funny, yeah.
obvious.
Somehow more metrosexual Ken.
Yes, agreed.
With just as much balls.
He made the point the regime is still there, and the vice president appears to be much more compliant with running Venezuela the way America would prefer for its national security than Maduro. So
okay, isn't it
that's
something?
what Michael said. He didn't advocate regime.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but from players 1 through 5 here, players 2 and 5 are playing the same character with different skins.
A little bit, yeah.
Dave Smith and Kalinske, yeah, I can see it.
Same tribe.
Well, yes. Quite literally.
Change. Let me bring in Coleman Hughes. Coleman,
kidnapping the president.
Well, hang on, Carl. Let me bring in
regime change.
Coleman hasn't said a word yet.
Well,
he is right though that if you change the leader and you have someone that is more amenable to how America wants Venezuela to run, you effectively did the regime change. Why do you change the regime? Because you want a different
someone who will
functioning
work with
mechanism.
You.
Yes, which is the whole fucking point.
Yep. That's kind of
you didn't change the people, but you changed the function. So that was the goal.
This was purely a demonstration that the American military has not quite lost its teeth yet. It can still fucking pull you out of the fucking balloon, bag you some fucking black site, and have you buggered for the rest of time. It's purely just a demonstration of force. It's nothing to do with changing regimes. If anything, I believe this is more of a domestic matter.
So what was the issue with this? Why did this clip and Sargon's interpretation and your reaction to it?
Because you didn't address anything that Kyle said.
Okay, that was it. Just he didn't. It was just a non sequitur.
That kind of annoyed the shit out of me. Because about 5 minutes in, I went, all you basically just said is Kyle doesn't understand the machinations of great powers. Apparently, that's what he's trying to say. And
I'm not sure he doesn't.
Yeah,
from that clip.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't. At least, like, I probably don't think he does because I think Kyle Kalinski's a flaming idiot. But in that clip, that's not a good example of it.
No, I saw he was spurgy, but he's like that in every fucking clip because he just said, "Oh, Kyle sounds like unhinged." I'm like, no, he doesn't. He sounds like that in every clip. Not really.
I mean, no more unhinged than usual.
Yeah, that's what he sounds like by default. You know.
Oh well, I don't get it.
I didn't watch the whole of Sargon's video because it was 26 minutes long. I got about 12, and then I decided like I can't listen to this anymore because it's actively pissing me off. So I just stopped.
Oh well, I don't see what the contention there was. Let's move on to the Greenland conversation, shall we? Trump has been eyeing Greenland for a long time. If you check the date on this, you'll see this was tweeted on August 20th, 2019, with Trump Tower superimposed on Greenland. I promise not to do this to Greenland, says Donald Trump. He's been looking at Greenland for a long time. I will get at why. There's a couple of reasons. It's not just one. It's a multitude. Oh, hello. There's Mighty Biscuit for 20 says, sorry for hopping in late. No problem, man. I gotta say, I love my boys in red, white, and blue. Have a military family history going back to Washington, but good lord, I cannot stand the government that sent them to war. I know. Nor can I. And it's no
one likes working for the other guy, do they?
It's so tiresome. No. Here we go. Trump has been, looking at Greenland for a long time, eyeing it. I will explain why. We'll go through some what seem to be the obvious explanations. So ignore this. I just want to read the letter. This is the letter that he sent to. Is it what did they call their leader? This is to Denmark, right? Leader. Dear Jonas, considering your country decided to not give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace, although it will always be predominant, but can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America. Denmark cannot protect that land from Russia or China. And what do they have the right of ownership anyway? There's no written documents. It's only that a boat landed there hundreds of years ago. But we also had boats landing there. But we had lots of boats landing there also. This part is kind of true. I have done more for NATO than any other person since its founding. Well, not Trump. America has done more for NATO since its founding than any other country. And now NATO should do something for the United States. I agree with that.
They already did. They helped you during 9/11.
Also, this isn't to the Prime Minister of Denmark. This is to the Prime Minister of Norway.
Is this to Norway?
Yes.
Yeah. Because the Trump thing.
Did he do not have sovereignty over Greenland?
Why did he say this to the president of Norway?
Because he thinks Norway controls the
right, to Norway.
Nobel
Why
Prize
did he do that? Oh, okay. So even it's so incredible. I even missed that element.
And also the Nobel Peace Prize. Someone posted this, and I thought this was really funny.
Let's see. Let me pull that up. Jamie, pull that up.
Okay, the person who said that point. However, counterpoint, Obama did win the Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, drone striking the shit
more people than anyone else
kids.
on Earth.
Yeah,
including children and American citizens who had no due process.
Yeah, and that was insane then, and this is fucking insane now. They're both shit.
Trying to provoke both a world war and a civil war at the same time while demanding a Nobel Peace Prize is a level of insanity I've never seen before.
I will say, in defense of the Civil War one, he can just crush that if he would just send in the fucking troops. Yeah, because
he really can.
He's
at this point, Minnesota is an open rebellion.
Yes, and
just
Trump is ultimately
send in the fucking National Guard.
Yeah, Trump is ultimately a giant pussy because
send in the army.
He spends more time saber rattling at the world when he can't even get his own fucking country in order.
Yeah,
like, you look kind of like a twat when you are more concerned with trying to push a $1.5 trillion military budget, and Minnesota has been robbing billions of dollars of the taxpayer. And you don't do shit.
Yes.
You look like an
idiot. It was $9 billion just in this child care scam.
Everyone knows that one woman bitching and moaning about how other people's kids are picking on their kid, and meanwhile said kid is peeling the legs off small animals.
I mean, we're going to cover more of the Minnesota fraud scandals because it's not just the child care stuff. It more and more comes out almost every day about the levels of corruption and fraud that occur in Minnesota. And again, eyes are all on Minnesota right now, but I will guarantee you dollars to donuts that this happens in almost every single state to the same degree. There'll be some states that will be lesser, some states like California and New York that I guarantee are to far greater degrees.
Oh,
than
do you want to know who's
going
to be the worst? Delaware.
Delaware
is literally 1,500. I think something like 15,000 different corporations all stacked in one trench coat masquerading as a state.
Yeah.
Not a real place. It's a massive corporate fucking stronghold during the day, and after 6 p.m. turns into literally the purge. There is no reason for Delaware should not exist. It doesn't exist. And I guarantee you, if you dig into the books in Delaware, you will find this on a corporate scale.
Yes. Mighty Biscuit for 10 says, the fact that he refuses to think of peace because he never got a Nobel Peace Prize sounds petty as hell and stupid as hell. NATO was a scam from the start. Woodrow Wilson's birth was a mistake. Well said, indeed. Fuck Woodrow Wilson.
Not a lot of good actual presidents when you really, really get down to brass tacks. I mean, Taft was okay in the latter part of his term. He's not as good at times, but he's a bit overdone. No, Coolidge. I don't know enough about Coolidge to really take a call. Remember how there was a joke in The Simpsons, they unveil the statue of Jimmy Carter. It's he's history's greatest monster, and then you find out he kind of was.
Yeah.
The thing that the people liked about Coolidge
NATO has been a scam since the start. Well, what is NATO? NATO is an anti-Russia organization.
NATO is the North American Tentacle Organization.
Okay, is anyone else seeing this? Is anyone else seeing the ratio on Mighty Biscuit's post? Freaking out.
Is it?
It's flickering 4, 6, and 3 different numbers. It looks like fucking Made in Heaven just kicked in.
Oh, on YouTube. That happens, yeah.
Hold on, I'm going to address
I don't know why it does that.
Intergerald just said, just because something is old and does not mean it's relevant or important or even good. Yeah, tell it to your constitution.
Oof.
Yeah, mic drop. Fuck out of my chat, dumbass.
Oof. Oh, well.
Don't fucking sass me. I'll whoop 7 shades of shit out of you.
The spoon got tilted.
That's a wrong sense to take.
Trump did some more
I woke up this morning and chose violence.
It chose violence today,
look at him, he gets to choose.
He says, we have subsidized Denmark and all of the countries of the European Union and many others for many years by not charging them tariffs or any forms of remuneration. Now, after centuries...
What one of the richest men alive can't buy a fucking, paragraph break?
This is just how he types. World peace is at stake.
Get better.
I don't think this is him.
No, I don't think so either. It's actually quite unlike him. There's so few caps.
I was about to say, this is not in full caps.
There's one word. There's a couple words. Besides, President Donald J. Trump is in all caps, as is usual. And then
you can't read it in the it comes across like a person talking as opposed to the retarded text to speech voice.
Is this AI? He uses that double hyphen.
Could
Interesting.
Just be an Indian.
Maybe.
There's very little practical difference to say.
China and Russia want Greenland. That probably is true. Maybe because of some,
do they?
Because of the minerals. There's arguments being made about there's minerals in Greenland that I will get to later that are used to make components for like fighter jets and a bunch of modern technology that are strategically and tactically useful. The reason why the U.S. wants Greenland is for its strategic position, wants military bases, is for its strategic position relative to Russia, which is what the U.S. got, by the way.
Also, I find this really strange. It says that it is not time for Denmark to give back. Why? World peace is at stake. China and Russia want Greenland, and they don't think that Denmark can do about it. Well, if they want to buy things from Denmark, then it's not a threat. Then it's just a purchase.
Yeah.
So...
Well, I guess... Yeah. It's about... This is all about proxy economic war with China and Russia, largely and mostly with China. But it's also about Denmark's strategic position. It is also about Denmark's strategic position in terms of military bases, which is, again, what the U.S. appears to be getting out of it from Trump's deal. And all this bluster, all of these gaffes, yes, allegedly, all this bluster, all of these gaffes, and people, look, much of the Venezuela thing, I think they get very swept up in the hype of
moment,
just... because something's finally fucking happening, and then of course nothing happens.
Just if you want to fuck with China, just lend arms to pick a South American state. They are currently getting their fisheries annihilated by the Chinese fishing vessels, which are literally, they're not even fishing for anything. They are just fishing to destroy the fisheries in South America. Give Chile, give your little pal in Argentina a bunch of fucking old hardware and have him fucking rinse the ocean.
Well, fish and crustaceans, specifically crustaceans, are Greenland's 2 top exports.
So I can guarantee you the Chinese are out there fucking destroying their fisheries too, given half a chance.
Yeah, potentially. The amount of crustaceans they export, it's insane.
Aren't they the king crab? I'm not mistaken.
I saw a breakdown of their import-export finances the other day. And yes, it's just...
I'll say this much, there's some fucking wild stuff coming in on the what thingamajigs, the super chats. Check the super chats.
We need to get a TLDR for this, Thomas Massey style.
It's fucking getting homeless done.
K-Test for 5 says, Greenland is a display of Trump's stupidity. To do it fast, invoke Article 5 on Denmark. Yeah, if you actually wanted to do it, as recently as 2011, they were forcibly sterilizing Inuit women. That is true as well. They were,
really?
Yes, with IUDs, supposedly for health reasons. But what an IUD does is prevents conception. It's an intrauterine device. It's an anti-contraceptive. It's a contraceptive, excuse me. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't know it was as recently as 2011. I heard it was in the 90s, or what I read was in the 90s. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was that recently. And it's for your own benefit. It's, this is just for the good of just a normal thing. And in fact, many women from the reports that I read, they had no idea what was going on. doctors said you need to get this thing done, had an IUD inserted.
Which, depending on the type, is not easily reversible.
It's
not with the means they have where they are. They would have to travel in to whichever town they're at.
It shouldn't be, unless something really goes wrong, which you can with an IUD. But they certainly have hospitals, I imagine.
I know something might exacerbate it, like being in the middle of the fucking frozen wasteland.
Yeah, I mean, it's still insane, though, that has been happening in modernity. And that's, got the left all up in arms, which makes them, I think, not know what... They just hate Trump, so anything Trump does that they're against inherently. But
that's the major problem here, is they don't have any actual structure to their hatreds. If they did,
you have to know
something would get done. But that's the whole point.
And how to criticize him.
Have everyone hate and spin their wheels.
Yeah.
Axes are cheap, folks.
Indeed. But they have been doing that. Indeed. Major Metroid for 2 says, Made in Heaven kicked in. Quick call the GER. Made in Heaven could call the GER.
Okay, I've got
it. Germany.
Huh? Oh. Call Okay, call Germany. Got it. Got you. Oh, where was I? I lost my train of thought.
Germans.
This woman's favourite is part 6.
What's wrong with that?
What are we talking about? I'm very confused right now.
Jojo.
Jojo, yeah.
Don't worry about it. We'll tell you when you're older.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Spoon.
I'm the oldest one here. What are you talking about?
I, for one, am looking forward to part 7 of Jojo, which is, of course, Katawa Jojo.
It's Japanese anime, Spoon.
Oh, God. Keep me out of that.
They currently have 2 dog sleds as protection, one added recently. Only the United States of America under President Donald J. Trump can play in this game, and very successfully at that. Nobody will touch this sacred piece of land, especially since the national security of the United States and the world at large is at stake. This is just prolonging him.
Yes.
Just bloviating here. Countries playing a dangerous game. Throws shade at see all the above mentioned, starting on February 1st, all the above mentioned countries, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the UK, the Netherlands, and Finland will be charged a 10% tariff on any and all goods sent to the United States of America. On June 1st, 2026, the tariff will be increased to 25%. This tariff will be due... Yeah, I know, it's already been dropped, so this is all bullshit. Yeah, who cares? Now, because of the Golden Dome and modern-day weapon systems, both offensive and defenses, they need to acquire is especially important. So this is what he's talking about, this defensive weapon systems, Golden Dome thing.
I really should stress the importance of not sounding like a Harkonnen when you get into politics.
Yeah, he can't help himself, or whoever wrote this. Hundreds of billions of dollars currently being spent on security programs having to do with the dome, including... Yeah. Well...
What the fuck is going to invade Canada? Biggest threat to Canada right now is you.
Yes. And in fact, had he annexed Greenland, I could understand why Mark Carney would start to sweat, because Canada would be boxed in on 3 sides.
Yeah.
And Saskatchewan would secede instantly. They've been trying to for years.
Yeah.
Alberta as well, I think.
If the U.S. had annexed Greenland, you have Alaska to the west, you have the U.S. to the south, and then you have Greenland to the east. There's only the Arctic.
I wonder also how much Greenland could lay claim to Canada's fisheries as well, which would royally fuck off everyone.
The north of Canada is going to turn into Hoth.
Yeah.
Have you seen the place? It's already Hoth. Rambam for £5 says the Spiral program forcibly sterilizing Greenland women dates back to the 60s. They only received a boilerplate apology a few years ago. I wasn't sure when it ended, because I had read it was a bit... I didn't know it was as recent as 2011, but that's fucked. And Russia to the northeast.
Eugenics.
Not enough of it.
Yeah. Mighty Biscuit for 5 says, I'm against anything to do with the current state of politics, period. Thank the well-dressed Spoon and Otto von Bismarck for that.
You're welcome.
Yes, agreed. Agreed.
Yeah, I'll just say this: if Alberta secedes to the US and the Jomas get re-inducted into America and get sued by who obviously chased them out of America and into the frozen north, it will be the funniest thing humanly possible. I can hear PPP laughing in my skull.
Laughing Cavalier asks, is Vance Darth Vader in this scenario? Yeah, I suppose so. So here's Poso saying the U.S. has subsidized the free defense of Greenland since 1941 for Denmark, although all through World War II and through the Cold War as well. Why do the experts always leave this out? The only one who says it right is Donald Trump. That's sort of true.
From
yeah.
Who?
Sorry, what?
From who?
Yeah, from whom? Yeah.
Snow Miser.
I guess from Russia? I guess that's the argument?
Call out post here. Bill's not wrong. Most of the South is basically well-settled Hoth. Bullshit. We settled parts of that, and there's no way we did a good job at it. We fucking half-assed that shit. We were just doing it to sell more Madeira.
Trump and Poso are signaling the same stuff, because here's Trump basically saying the same thing. So this is part of it, is that, well, we're kind of owed Greenland, or we're owed something from Denmark for this.
Oh, fuck off.
Here's Trump signaling the same. If this will load, Twitter.
We saw this in World War II, when Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled, we did it, we felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory and hold it.
He's very much talking as if he did this.
Yes. As if
which
it's
is
now,
bizarre.
Like, you owe us now.
This shit happened 80 years ago.
What's that Doug Stanhope bit? Oh, yeah, we bailed their ass out. We'll say, oh, is it, Steve? Because last time I checked, we went around in the trenches garroting Krauts in the 40s. We were probably busy being an itch at the time.
Yeah.
We did, at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it for Denmark. Big.
Like, you can make these kinds of arguments, I guess, if this happened 5 years ago or something. It happened 80 years ago.
Also, who's the threat to these places now? It's for your strategic interests, not fucking Denmark's, you asshole.
Yeah.
This is the shittiest excuse now. I can understand if you made the claim
that easy, then just take it by force now and fucking have at it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Stop beating around the bush.
Yeah. Is the confusion with Iceland a play on Trump's part? Yeah, I saw that there was talk of that, but when I looked into it, I couldn't tell if he was talking about Iceland or not. He may, if that was an intentional misstep, or because he does do stuff like that occasionally.
Without us, you'd always speak in German and a little bit of Japanese, perhaps. Well, be speaking fucking Arabic.
Hi, chotto nihongo yatte.
Beautiful peace.
And eine kleine.
You do realize
if
you said to anyone in Europe right now, you get to choose a whole bunch of third world dysgenics or more Germans in your country, every single one of them would pick German. That's not an insult. Also more Japanese, really? Oh my goodness.
No, because the Germans will let in more Arabs.
Yeah. God damn it, Bill.
If the Japanese wanted to join the West, fuck me, the women would form right-wing death squads instantaneously. You know fucking how I was about it.
That's how you get women involved in anti-immigration. Just let's import a whole bunch of Japanese and Korean women. Yeah, and I guess Japanese, Korean, Russian, German. Women, you know.
Listen, Japan's women don't even need to be that good looking. Because they're polite.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is
true. They're conscientious.
Yes.
Polite and
so they instantaneously they know this. Oh, we are cooked.
Yeah.
I mean, what's really weird is I like Asian women aesthetically, but I'm not a weeb. And I don't have this massive affinity for that kind of culture. No idea why. I can go, yeah, that's pretty, but I don't obsess over it.
He's got a sensible yellow fever, is what you're saying.
Well, I would breed with one. Give me the blonde-haired, blue-eyed one.
Okay, buddy, you had no problem collecting the rest of the rainbow. Why are you hanging off on yellow?
Thanks
True.
For that.
Oof.
Walked into that one.
Piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland.
Also, Bill.
And successfully
My
prevented
country is
our...
called the Rainbow fucking Nation. I kind of have to. I don't really have a choice.
That's true. You're a rainbow. You do have a rainbow flag, don't you? A little bit.
Just because you've got coloured people doesn't mean you need to make more of them.
That's
I have bronchitis.
Okay, I can't really say much on this for personal reasons.
Bill, lay off him.
Bill is roasting me.
Yeah, you can even.
No. She wasn't black. She was mixed. Ironically, she was mixed with Japanese, which is don't ask.
Hey, Blasians, oftentimes
I
very
never seen
rare.
a black Chinese.
Very, very rare. Very rare.
There's a
for
fucking polar
probably
reference.
obvious reasons. But Ken, what are the few times mixed race people end up, generally speaking, looking pretty good? I guess.
You know that saying, "Never ask a white supremacist his girlfriend."
Color of his girlfriend. Yeah.
Yeah. You can
here's the trick.
You can kind of apply that to me.
Do you know why why Japanese women and white men get along so well? Because neither one of them actually knows which traits, face and body wise, are actually good looking in that race. They don't have they can't really fathom it. So as a result, you get white dude who thinks he's in really, really hot Asian chick, and Asian chick who thinks she's really with a really hot white dude, and neither one realise they're about a 4 to 6 out of 10. But they're happy as a pig in muck. And the kids will come
I
out
have certainly seen that. Yeah.
Like one generation later, looking at sevens.
Well, like J.D. Vance's wife, they're apparently expecting another child, and the leftoids, of course, had a weird meltdown about that. Just wishing death on the.
That's quite weird. So the left thinks he's like diluting the culture, and so does the right, just for different reasons.
Well, again, no, their contention was, I think it's always just like the same thing they do with Melania, just leave him because he's very feminine kind of stuff. You know how women sabotage other women. But it was pretty gross. I saw that Evan Loves War Freak, who's the biggest Twitter engagement farmer
Belland,
ever.
Yeah.
He
next to Elon Musk's
made a post where he said he speculated that in order for Usha to be in her second trimester, or for the baby, I think is due in June or something, that means that she and JD must have conceived this child on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination, which is not, it doesn't actually line up. But what a weird thing to say. What a weird thing to think about. That's what their obsession with. Just
imagine
like
wishing that
innocuous announcement of that you're having another kid.
Imagine thinking that Mr. Kirk didn't have it hard enough that he now gets reincarnated as an Indian.
Oh, I mean, why would you wish that on him? Look, he's in Valhalla.
He's in Valhalla as the Indians have basically kicked him out of samsara. Which is always a weird thing to think about. Is that what it is? Do the Indians just think we're all still Norse pagans or some dumb shit? Having missed out on the fact that the majority of the Norse pagans enjoyed the Norse pagan pastime of converting to Christianity.
I mentioned this when I was on stream with Yiz about how I found that very weird that what's his name said that what's his name?
Wolf.
Who said see you in Valhalla to Charlie Kirk? The Indian guy. Can't think of his name. But Yiz did apparently that's not an uncommon thing in like the military or in some
Norwegians maybe.
Well, I don't know. I don't have any familiarity with that, but that's what she said. Mighty Biscuit for 10 says, I would love to speak German. Also, I'm more into German and Scandinavian, maybe Celtic women, definitely German. Also, speaking of Kurt, ChatGPT doesn't believe he was assassinated. Cash Patel, thank you guys. Does it not? I mean, then again, you can get LLMs to believe or say anything. That's kind of a problem with them, right? Is that they will just believe and say any kind of old shit. I've been having problems with ChatGPT. One of the things I've been doing with with my script is being like, I'll go ahead and write it. I write my version, which will be what I'll post on Substack, and then I have it go through and say like, can you make this a bit more readable for like YouTube so that it sounds better? And then I have to still go through and rewrite it because I hate the way that AIs write. It all sounds the same. It's so weird and it is so easily detectable. I really don't like the way that LLMs write, and you absolutely can convince them anything. And see you in Stovacore, indeed. That's what he should have said. Whoops.
I do appreciate the Klingon approach.
Yes.
Which is just like, the Klingons have no gods. They were too much trouble, so we killed them.
In our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big without us.
Well, thanks. Thanks for letting us know.
We didn't all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps.
Oh, my God.
After the war, we gave Greenland back.
Really? Would it be so terrible?
That's not really a bad thing.
No.
At least if they were German, they'd keep their fucking culture.
Millions of Americans who want to learn Japanese so that they can find a Japanese waifu and stuff. And nothing wrong with learning German.
I think they should probably try learning English first.
True.
To Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back.
What?
But how?
What?
God, this is really bad diplomacy. This is terrible diplomacy.
So some shit that happened 80 years ago during a war, we gave it back. Yeah. I would assume so. It's very, very bizarre. It's, you know what it's like? What's that? No takesy backsies kind of stuff, right? Where
politics of a 5-year-old.
Yes, politics of a child. Politics of a child, indeed.
Ungrateful are they now?
Ungrateful. Again, it's just this is bizarre.
I'm fuck off, Trump. Like, that is just such a douchebag thing to say. I hate that word, but like,
yeah. Hey, indeed. Hey, UK, give us back our continent. Give us back our island. Yeah, come on. Under that logic, right? It depends. Whose is it? Is it who does Greenland belong to? Oh, no givesies backsies. Yeah,
it's such a baggy thing to say.
God, indeed. Trump was promised Greenland 3,000 years ago. Mighty Biscuit for another 10. Thank you so much, says a war we should not have even fought. Indeed. Why we went to Europe is beyond me. My uncles all wrote the same question in their journals. Why are we here instead of in the Pacific fighting Japan? Indeed. Now, I mean, there's
good question.
Military alliances there. But obviously, with the Pacific Theater, it was Japan that had directly aggressed against the United States. You can ask questions about why that happened as well.
I think the Nazis would have done a better job of defending France
US.
Against the invaders. Mainly because they were the original invaders.
Yeah. Today? Yeah.
Still.
Well, I don't think there'd be invaders in France today.
Yeah, exactly. Especially from Germans who were
ones from Africa and the Middle East.
And also, certain historical events would be looked at as favorable.
Indeed. Jack Post also posted this is why Trump wants to secure Greenland for the Global Dome, or the Golden Dome project, U.S. missile defense. So, Pitufik Space Base is in Greenland. You can also see here's Russian ICBM bases. Greenland is strategically, obviously, much closer to Russia. I mean, Alaska is as well, but Alaska is right next to Russia. I can see Russia from my house. Who was that? Oh, what was her name? Parasailing, yeah.
Yeah, that's good enough. But if I'm under the impression that the security alliance known as NATO is what pissed off Putin in the first place. So I would imagine if you just dissolve it and you have no reason to then go to war with Russia, and Russia has no reason to go to war with you, and if you just trade, why is that bad? Why didn't you just do that? I think Europe would prefer if Germany and Russia traded instead of fighting each other, because I don't think they actually have any interest in that. Putin just wants to make money.
Yeah. Yes. Look, NATO has been a thorn in Russia's side for a long time in terms of getting rid of the buffer zone between what to the Russians seems as U.S. occupied territory, or at least U.S. influenced territory, and Russian influenced territory.
Yeah. And hey, look, now we want to get closer to Russia to actually do some damage. Like, no.
And now we want to be even closer
NATO
to
isn't
Russia.
good enough. Yeah, now we want to be even closer to fuck with them. It's like, Jesus Christ.
I mean, but this is a telling map, and why perhaps Trump does want military bases in Greenland, which again is what we ended up with, or more so what we're probably going to end up with. We'll look at that in a minute. But there is a explanation there. So Mark Carney, PM of Canada, who is a sniveling weasel, but I can't understand why he would be concerned about this. Now, first of all, this whole Greenland thing is all political theater. I don't think anyone who was pretending to freak out about this was in any way concerned. This was all a big fake out.
I think everyone just gets to look like a boss for their audience, basically.
Yeah, I called this stream Greenland Gaffes. Not so much referring to politicians, although I find Trump's behavior rather embarrassing, but because it was regular people who I thought were being gaffe machines over this, in terms of just becoming very bloodthirsty over fucking Greenland, and supporting this, honestly, just, proxy war with Russia and China under the auspices of all kinds of things. We need to liberate them from Denmark, who don't take good care of their people. We need to, because of things like forced sterilization, which I agree is deplorable. But that's not the U.S.'s fucking business. Or we need this, for its resources. I at least can understand that one a little bit. We need Greenland so that we can box in Canada. None of these things are particularly good. The resources are the best, the absolute best one. But that's what you make trade deals over, right? Instead of, at least in terms of the theater, pissing off all of Europe. Because this puts the US very dangerously close to Europe if it were to own Greenland. Instead of just making trade deals and putting military bases on it, which is what ended up fucking happening. This whole thing was a big fucking theatrical display. Distractionary fucking politics. A massive literal shit show. In that it is a show, and they're all full of shit.
I'd like to know what Canada is doing to protect the integrity of Greenland. And related, China fashions itself a near-Arctic power, and with some claims to Arctic resources. So I wonder if you could answer that question, what we're doing to help protect Greenland's integrity, and how do you feel about China's claims, such as they are, to Arctic resources?
Several aspects of that. The first, with respect to Greenland, the future of Greenland is a decision for Greenland and for the Kingdom of Denmark. We are NATO partners with Denmark, and so our full partnership stands. Our obligations on Article 5, Article 2 of NATO.
Okay, of course, NATO is the United States. The military force of NATO is the United States. The idea of proccing Article 5 against the US, along with Denmark against the United States, is fucking retarded. Absurd. That's why I said this is all fake and gay. This is quite literally kayfabe.
Yeah.
Oh my god. But what Canada really wants to do is, Canada very much wants to be China's vassal. I think they want to get out from the United States, and I think they want to ally themselves more strongly with China.
Europe is doing the same thing.
Yes. Why Canada would be opposed to this deal is that in any way, if it could mess up some of their relationship with China, that would be the problem. It's not so much about feeling it's not really about being boxed in, because the US and Trump are going to invade. Wait, did I just post the same video twice? I did.
Yes.
Did I have the other link?
Ironically, I think it's because China, looks more reasonable, and I can't believe I'm going to say this at the CCP, but China looks more stable.
Yeah. At least
in
a lot of paper tiger stuff going on there.
Yeah.
Mark Carney posts this. The Canada-China relationship has been distant and uncertain for nearly a decade. We're changing that with new strategic partnerships that benefit both of our nations. Told you. Here it is. Just plain as day. Yes. But they clearly are trying to align themselves more with China, which is why they're showing front-facing opposition to Trump on the Greenland stuff.
It's been 8 years since a Canadian Prime Minister visited China. And this is a relationship that has been distant and uncertain for nearly a decade. That has held back investment, it's stalled business growth, and cost Canadian workers good opportunities. And that's why Canada's new government began to recalibrate our relationship with China.
Yeah. Yes. We're going to outsource Canadian businesses to China. Indeed.
Through periods of global tension and disruption, we've created more opportunities for our workers, businesses, and investors by working together. That's the opportunity before us now. More stability, more certainty, and prosperity on both sides of the Pacific.
So that's what that's
no
about.
one believes that.
No, but this is about the relationship with China. Let's see. It's this one. There is some truth to this. I mentioned this earlier about the NATO stuff. In that Finnish president is correct here. Although in one part he's correct, but then he kind of goes back on it, which is that if I've seen a lot of people speculating this, which is that Trump is pulling a 4D chess move here because he keeps saying he wants European nations to rearm themselves so that they're less dependent on NATO. And him doing this whole Greenland stunt was to trick European nations into rearming. I don't think by the way, that's not been the actual result. The result in Europe is that all of the Trump-hating left now looks far more reasonable to a lot of Europeans. Because look, because the way this was spun, Trump's fucking crazy. He's trying to move into our back door now. Which Mark Carney probably likes. I'm sure many of them do as well. But this whole Greenland thing has very much bolstered the left in Europe. Purely against Trump.
First is a direct answer to the question of this panel, can Europe defend itself? My answer is unequivocally yes.
Without the Americans?
Without the Americans, I mean...
How?
Well, look...
But you're relying on them for these key elements. You've said earlier that Europe can defend itself without the Americans. If it comes down...
not exact, Mike, so that's not a quote.
What a fucking horrific look, though, honestly. I mean, it is true. The way that Europe has moved away from military models has very much moved towards economic models and mass migration models, right? So the military forces, I talked about it, I think, last week, is that the size of the UK's military is the smallest it's been since the 1700s. Or I think late 1700s, early 1800s. In hundreds of years. These countries European countries largely do not have massive military forces the way that they used to have. And in large part, because of reliance on NATO. NATO should be disbanded. If the European powers want to get out from under the thumb of the United States, they should. Because, I don't think Trump is pulling a 4D chess move because he actually cares about the welfare and well-being of European nations by forcing them to rearm and reinvest in military. I think that's a major cope about this. But this part is not untrue that Europe does, via NATO, does rely on the United States' military spending and dominance for protection.
More or less. We'll go back to the transcript. More or less.
I love journalists.
I mean, don't say shit like that if you don't want to have it thrown back in your face 11 minutes later. Sorry, man, but it's just true about the military stuff. Hello. Eldritch Saga for 5 says, we're just talking about the... Does Europe rely on NATO and therefore the US for military power? Yeah. And I was just explaining that there's been a cope going around that that Trump is trying to force Europe to rearm. I don't think that's true. I don't think that actually had anything to do with it. Eldritch Saga for 5 says, I'd like Trump to acquire the southern borders material for 10 miles from the surface to core. Problem solved, no drama, actually useful. Southern border material? You mean like just dig a big pit along the southern border of the United States? Or southern part of Greenland? Because it looks like that's what we actually got, was mineral rights and bases to trade. Mighty Biscuit for 10 says, NATO is the playground for boomers to pretend they are saving the world while ruining everything their ancestors built over centuries. I want Bismarck back. Based, indeed. That is what it is. Yeah. I am not a fan of NATO. Whoops. Why did that do that? Okay.
Yeah, the only politician I've ever really respected, and it was more of a military politician than anything else, was Sir Isaac Brock. Just because, he just got told, okay, go be in charge of Upper Canada. And he did. Mm-hmm. And proceeded to just make a bunch of rampaging assholes as his just built up a military of nothing but the most vicious sons of bitches Canada had to offer. And when the Yanks when the War of 1812 kicked off, just took them south and kicked the fucking Yanks' teeth down their throats, then promptly died at Niagara.
Damn.
Not before recruiting Tecumseh, who proceeded to be a problem for the rest of his life.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
That's the only reason I know about him. War of 1812. The only wit dubs they got was thanks to Guernseyman. Cheers, Canada, you gold-bricking sons of bitches.
What the fuck are these ads I always get for the weird dude?
Body armor, jewelry.
What is this?
Okay,
what body armor?
Gimp suit.
A spandex gimp suit. I don't want to fucking A.
Isn't that like Aboriginal stone club?
I don't know what the hell that is. I have no idea what I'm looking at.
One of those weird crystal rod things that you rub on your face to make your pores go away. Or it's a marital aid. It's one of the three. This looks like a combination of the worst daily fit I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's the body armor too that makes it very strange. Anyway,
it kind of goes with the fucking white powerlifter suit.
I guess
the codpiece.
But the codpiece is the weird part. Anyway, so this is another reason why I say this is all theater. The UK has dispatched a military officer to Greenland, aligning with Denmark's intensified military presence across the Arctic and High North. Of course, none of this matters again now.
Serendipitously, that's pretty much what they did with Sir Isaac Brock.
Yeah,
it escalated.
A single guy. The deployment follows repeated calls by U.S. President Donald Trump for the U.S. to assume control of the territory. Denmark's defense minister confirmed on Wednesday that the joint operation would involve several allied countries, warning that no one can predict what will happen tomorrow. Well, again, this is over now.
$5 from Mighty Biscuit. Aiden, do we need to see your search history to know why these ads come up for you?
I don't have an ad blocker installed on this because a lot of times it fucks with sometimes it messes.
That's
the whole reason it's like this because he's got a fucking Temu habit.
Yeah, because I do use Temu.
Buys random shit.
I do, but I've
75% of my house is just random fucking crap that she's purchased off Temu.
It's mostly just clothes. Germany, Sweden, Norway, and France confirmed they would send personnel to the joint mission
from the 1900s.
Yes, 1900s style fashion, late 1800s. But how many people has it been? Again, the fact that the UK sent a single dude is so incredibly, it's just bizarre. But it shows that it's theater. This is not fucking serious.
Maybe they just saw the last time they sent a single officer to a really cold place and it ended up with the War of 1812.
Yeah.
We had to check what's the nationality of the person they sent. Is he from Guernsey? In which case things are about to get really fucking hairy.
Yeah. It was only a couple of people from these various different countries. They sent a couple dozen all.
How about we follow
not even an
history.
adventuring party?
How about we not appease the person looking for more territory?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
Counterpoint, if you rocked up as the American military and there was just one dude waiting for you, and he's just sat on the cliffs or farming, I feel like you'd think, hang on a minute, something's not right here. It's just one guy.
Eldritch Saga for 5 says, I believe it's more useful as anything other than gateway to the nons to enter. I believe it's more useful as anything other than a gateway for the nons to enter. I'm sure there's some minerals can get spread over to using it imminent domain. It's more useful as anything.
Isn't that was American? They could just seize assets.
Yeah, I mean, what it ultimately ended up in is just more trade deals, more military bases, or more military access, which is, I think, all they wanted in the first place, which again makes all of this really gay theater. And for the people who fell for it and were like cheering about how we were about to own Greenland, I can't believe, fell for it again.
Fell for it again award, yeah.
But I believe it's
avoid Temu. Some products have been found to be toxic. Don't worry, Pardy. The black mold in our bathroom will kill it.
It's because it's so much humidity in Guernsey. There's so much humidity. Gateway for the nons to enter. I'm sure this. Yeah, I'll get to the mineral stuff here in a second, actually, which I think is actually this. Yes, this is a good write-up. It's quite long, but there's a couple parts that I want to get to. This is a lot of the background, Trump-style negotiation. I'm trying to get to the part that goes like this. Signal acquisition, Denmark scoffs, mentions force, Denmark recoils, insists on force loudly, repeatedly, Denmark reaches peak indignation. Others come to their side. sending one guy, for example, then pivot, purchase offered, then eliminates Denmark's entire national debt. That's what they were offered. And nearly doubles Greenland's GDP. The offer to buy Greenland that Trump gave them would have erased Denmark's national debt and doubled Greenland's GDP. And suddenly the question is no longer, how dare you, but wait, how much? The forced rhetoric was never the plan. It was the anchor. Denmark is no longer defending sovereignty against an imperial aggressor. Denmark is evaluating a financial proposition. The frame is moved. It was never real. That was the military stuff where the we're just going to take it was just bluster, obviously. And they all knew it was. It was all a big fucking farce. The math's absurd. The deal probably pays for itself within a generation. I don't know. The minerals alone are worth the multiples of the purchase price. Greenland's 57,000 residents become millionaires on paper. Again, $100,000 per person was what was on the table. Not again what happened, but still, the U.S. secures rare earth supply chain for the military in the 2030s. And specifically, with the military, this is where he talks about the minerals, dysprosium and terbium. Names mean nothing to the public, but everything to the Pentagon. These elements are irreplaceable in the actuators of F-35 fighters, the guidance fins of precision munitions, the sonar arrays of Virginia-class submarines, and the permanent magnets of every electric vehicle motor. China controls over 90% of global processing. The United States controls almost none. The purchase, quote-unquote, of Greenland is not a land deal. It's an attempt to break a chokehold. This guy's got a more positive spin.
What we've learned from the history is that if this situation ever arises, someone in Kentucky will casually stumble across the world's biggest deposit of it within the next year or two.
Why not? Yeah, why not?
Because it's happened every other time. This happened with helium. We had a massive helium shortage, and then legitimately some dude in Kentucky just found the biggest helium deposit on Earth on his land and is now a fucking millionaire.
Three-theater squeeze. Average observer sees 3 separate news stories, a trade dispute with Europe, a strange fixation on Greenland, some localized internet outages in the Baltic. They're not separate stories. They're 3 fronts of a single conflict. Resource front, kind of went over. Administration is securing the mineral inputs for the military of the 2030s. The Tanbreeze deposit, rich in heavy rare earths, free of uranium complications, owned by Western interests, is the crown jewel. The neighboring Kvanfjeld deposit, which has Chinese equity participation through the Sankei resources, is the problem to be neutralized. Control of Greenland solves both. Economic front. The tariffs announced against Denmark, France, Germany, the UK, and 4 other European nations are not protectionist measures. They are precision-guided economic strikes against political dissenters. Yeah, more or less. It's a punishment. The 31 billion, the US, UK, and it should be seen as such. And the result is predictable. This moves... this kind of stuff moves a lot of average people and sentiment in Europe against the United States. Because this was a fuck you in many ways. The tariffs are a fuck you. The saber rattling is a fuck you. £31 billion in UK-US tech prosperity deal. Microsoft's data centers, Google's R&D investment has been suspended indefinitely. I don't know now, but yeah. The message is unambiguous. Alignment with American geopolitical objectives is the price of American capital. And then the kinetic front, while diplomats argue over tariffs, Russian vessels drag anchors across Baltic telecommunications cables. The cargo ship Fitberg, seized by Finnish and Estonian authorities, is part of a shadow fleet, vessels that with opaque ownership that operate below the threshold of open war. These are not accidents. They are shaping operations, mapping vulnerabilities. By the way, this is written by ChatGPT, I can tell, or another LLM. Or at least assisted by it, demonstrating the capacity to sever the digital infrastructure that binds the Western alliances together. The average observer sees chaos. The intelligence reality is coherence, resource acquisition, economic coercion, and kinetic preparation operating in concert. Signal and noise. Public narrative offers comfort. This is chaos, incompetence, a diplomatic embarrassment that will resolve itself. The operational reality offers none. The U.S. is annexing a supply chain. Europe is being coerced into alignment. Russia is probing the infrastructure that holds the alliance together. The public is fragmented across information silos that prevent collective response. Prediction mark. Well, doesn't matter now with that part. I just wanted to get away from the public chaos stuff. And get it to why this happened and how a lot of this was, if not all of it, was just theater. Then I also have a cope summary. That was a more legitimate summary. This is a more coping one. Which is that Trump goes to Europe and says, You're going to need to build up your militaries. That's what I was talking about. Because the United States can't afford to keep large armies stationed in Europe anymore. We're going to need to pull them out. Europe responds, no, we don't want to do that. Then many hawkish politicians back in America also respond, no, we do not want to do that either. So Trump says, in that case, I'm taking Greenland. This shit, I have so many people falling for this sort of narrative that, look at this. Suddenly, Europe decides to build up its military. It increases the number of soldiers, expands equipment stockpiles, and ramps up its capacity to produce military goods. Very quickly, European powers are likely to ask for U.S. bases to be closed because they no longer want or need them. Trump can accomplish all of this by simply saying he's going to take Greenland without ever actually doing it. Yet, that is the power of words as magic. If you understood that Trump is a wizard, you would understand him much better. It's not fucking wizardry. This was actually quite sloppy. And they were clearly all in on it. That's why they sent one guy. That's why Starmer sent one dude. It was all a bunch of fucking theater. But...
Isn't everything?
Yes, in politics, most of it is. It's almost all kayfabe. This part I don't think is so much, though. The largest Danish left-wing party looked to be losing the upcoming election, but now we've had a large bump due to Trump's Greenland posturing. He had the same effect on the Canadian election and the election in Australia. Quite possibly, there's no person who has had a detrimental effect on right-wing political success across the West as Donald Trump. These are... Look, I think there's some legitimacy to that. Because when the right ever starts to take power, or start to gain influence, you can just point to Donald Trump as this great Satan. Morgoth said the same. People seem to miss that European leaders are deeply unpopular, but they became more popular by being seen standing up to Trump over Greenland. True. That's a real outcome from this. The left gains popularity in Europe by standing up to Trump on something they weren't actually standing up to him over.
Yeah. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah. It's all so tiresome.
That it is.
It really is. And then you have the absolute delusional response. So Justin, EU wants to suspend trade deals with US following Trump's tariff threats, Bloomberg reports. Cat Turd
lasted
says,
all of 5 fucking minutes.
Yeah. Cat Turd says, there goes 0.0001% of our trade. EU accounts for 19% of total U.S. goods trade, 25% of total U.S. services trade, and 41% of U.S. foreign direct investment, together totaling approximately $1.4 trillion and representing the world's largest bilateral trade and investment relationship.
You have to be fucking retarded as hell to think, hey, look, America, we can afford to not trade with Europe.
With Europe?
The only other first world nations on Earth.
Yeah, so the Cat Turd is really just an annoying Trump sycophant at this fucking point.
Dude, it's so fucking insufferable. Aramaic Discourse for 5 says, Trump is a Kabbalic sorcerer, maybe. Oh, Kabbalic sorcerer, maybe. Definitely not a wizard, I agree. Kabbalic sorcerer, maybe. And of course, as I've been saying the whole time, and where is it? And it's settled. What is in Trump's Greenland deal, and will it last?
No.
Probably not. Online deals struck by Mark Rutte and Trump to set up NATO's presence in the Arctic, so long as it does not undermine the sovereignty of Greenland or Denmark.
It will.
Has been available to the US for some time. It will require new resources being devoted to the central task of monitoring Russian ship movements in the region. What remains in question is whether the deal will stick, given Trump's erratic behavior. It's gonna they're gonna work through this shit. He leaves the agreement in a fragile state. This is going to end up, as far, the way this is going, though, Trump's not going to, if I'm wrong on this, I'd be surprised. I think I haven't checked the poly market bets on this and whether Trump's going to just buy Greenland. But I imagine it's just going to end up being some revision of these kinds of deals, where of military bases and resource trades. I would be extremely shocked at this point if Trump buys Greenland. I guess it could happen. What do you think, Spoon?
I'm not really sure what the hell is going to happen here, because I don't think Trump fucking knows either. No one knows. This is like the way Trump does every other bloody thing he does. He shoots from the fucking hip.
He does. Rutte, who said Trump said
NATO, he doesn't fucking know anything. Yeah. He has no authority to argue on behalf of Denmark, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah. Rutte, who Trump said had been given license to negotiate on behalf of Denmark, said the topic of sovereignty did not come up in the discussions.
I don't disagree with. I don't agree with that at all. I think it's the main fucking thing has been the sovereignty part. The sovereignty part is the main fucking thing people were pissed at Trump in the fucking first place. So I don't believe that.
I don't think it's whether or not it came up in their conversations, because this was all a bunch of fucking theater and they don't actually care. Trump never had any real intentions about purchasing Greenland and annexing it.
Probably not.
I mean, I don't think he did. That would explain why it didn't come up in their conversations, would it?
That's actually a good point.
Why would they bother discussing something they both know is fake and gay?
Because they wouldn't have anything else to talk about otherwise?
Well, I guess. Except for actually talking about the trade and military base agreements.
Everything is fake and gay at this point. It's politics. It's just pageantry.
Yeah, agreed.
The sooner all these people die of cholera, the better.
Based.
One of the two main outstanding issues. One of the two main outstanding. What is that? One of the two main outstanding issues is whether, as Trump claims, the deal gives the U.S. access to critical minerals in Greenland. That would be an issue that a NATO security general would be permitted to negotiate. But Trump
just want resources, you lazy fuck.
Concession in the talks. Yeah.
You need minerals for defense? No, you fucking don't. You need it for economic purposes, you lazy shit.
Yes. The defense part is the $175 billion planned Golden Dome defense system, futuristic weapon designed to shoot down hypersonic, ballistic, and advanced cruise missiles and drones, even if they are launched from the other side of the world, from space, similar to the Iron Dome. Wow, wonder where Trump got the idea from. No contracts.
As I understand it, the Iron Dome is like counter missiles, whereas I believe the Golden Dome is probably going to be the directional energy one. That thing that everyone was saying wasn't a real thing. When they were claiming it was used to start forest fires, now suddenly it's just completely carte blanche that everyone has ready access to it.
Well, yeah, that kind of technology isn't fictional. I didn't know that was a claim, even that was impossible or way outside of our capacity.
It's just that the Boeing model, the Boeing mounted model directional energy weapon that was built was incredibly financially unviable. So it's just too expensive to run.
Yeah.
It's like it's not like rail guns where you fired it, you've killed everyone on board the ship that was on it.
No contracts for this project have been issued, but the bulk of the shield would not be land-based, but operated by satellites. The main land-based interceptor site considered so far was in New York State. Fredrickson said he was open to discussing the project. The U.S. has already built a space base in Danish territory known as Pittavik, formerly Thule Air Base. Why'd you change it from Thule? That's so much more based. Which houses a substantial part. Yeah, I wonder why though, right? Which houses a substantial part of the U.S. military's global network of missile warning sensors. So that's what I imagine it's going to end up being, essentially. Instead, the only kinetic war Trump launched was with his European allies. For the moment, at least, there is a truce. Was it really a war with his European allies, or was this Trump got what he wanted, European leaders got what they wanted by being able to prop themselves up as anti-Trump because Trump is a lunatic dictator who's trying to just take over countries, right? Seems like everybody wins. Hey, Commie Mark, how's it going? Hail, Commie Mark. Hey, man, good to see you here. Eldritch Saga for 5 says, vote if you can, but don't care about the outcome. They don't, and they get away with everything. Just make babies and raise them right. Yeah, true, man, true. Well, all I can say is that in the end, at least I guess some of the Greenlanders had some fun. The big thing is, right, European leaders get what they want by looking like they stood up to Trump. Trump gets what he wants by access to minerals and military base. So apparently in Greenland they were pretending to mimic, they were, welcoming in United States culture by pretending to be Fent addicts. Here you go. Probably can't play the music. Oh yeah. No shit. Not fortunate, son. So, well, someone had a good time with all this, I guess. Truly, already importing American culture. Oh my god. Yep. So that's it. Nothing ever happens, does it? Indeed. Once again, nothing ever happens. But some stuff happened in Minnesota, excuse me. states that are cold.
Save up to £500 in
Why
the
am I getting an
holiday
ad?
sale.
Oh, because I'm logged into Broken Crown, that's why. My bad. Of course, this is just some coverage of it. That's why I use Twitter a lot for videos, because there's no ads. So Don Lemon joined up with anti-ICE mob disgracefully storming Minneapolis church during Sunday service. This is just a bit of coverage from the stuff. I have a couple things I want to pull out from it. This was another big gay stunt, but extremely disrespectful to the churchgoers. And I'll get as to why they claim they did this. Whoa.
Who else thought they were saying something else for a second there?
I did it first too. I was like, whoa.
Someone had the chance to do something really funny right there. But spilling blood on holy ground is apparently frowned upon.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. It's not a good idea.
What denomination is it? It depends on how much I give a shit about how holy that ground is.
Play the ad again. It had titties, did it? Yeah. Department of Justice Civil Rights Division investigating anti-immigrant and customs enforcement protesters for storming a church service. Vile protest was disrupted by activists of the Racial Justice Network with disgraced CNN anchor Don Lemon.
This is the beginning of what's going to happen here. When you violate people's due process, when you pull people off the street and you start dragging them and hurting them and not abiding by the Constitution, when you start doing all of that, people get upset and angry.
So you stormed a church to protest something the government is doing. I don't know if you've heard about this, Don, but there's kind of this thing that's enshrined in the United States called separation of church and state. Now, it's because they stormed this particular church because they believe that one of the pastors, who was not even the pastor that was there at that service, is an ICE agent or works with ICE, cooperates with ICE. I looked. I've not even been able to find any confirmation that he does. It's just a claim that seems to be because his name is the same as an ICE agent. But I've not seen any confirmation it's the same guy and not just a guy with the same name. There's also, yes, the FACE Act. This is against the FACE Act. This is also, funnily enough, it probably violates an anti-KKK law as well. But in particular, you can't go in and just storm into a place of worship and disrupt their service. Interestingly, this happened quite a few days ago. There's been a lot of, again, bluster and bloviating about doing something about it and arresting some of these people involved. I think one person there's been some investigation, but as far as I know, no one's been charged yet. Looney Lenny for 5 says, it's very cold in Minnesota this week. Getting to the negatives in Fahrenheit. Yeah, I mean, it's freezing up there, I can imagine. I mean, people are still out in the streets going crazy. Mighty Biscuit for 10 says, Michigan, did you say Michigan? Did you know it's cold as fuck here? And it went from 40 Fahrenheit to 13 Fahrenheit in less than 2 weeks. I lived in Michigan for a while, for about a year. It does get cold up there. Oof, too cold for my blood, indeed. This goes on, but yeah, here's why they went.
Polar cyclone, if I recall, as well.
Hmm.
Remember when the ocean froze?
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Activists call for city's church pastor to resign over ICE leadership conflict. See if this has any more information, because I looked for this and I certainly couldn't find absolute confirmation that it was the same guy. Because his name is David Easterwood, which is a somewhat unique name, but I don't know if it's confirmation he was really... if it's the same guy. Well, we know Navika Levy Armstrong, a Twin Cities civil rights attorney, and ordained reverend since 2016, and Monique Cullors, the co-founder of Black Lives Matter Minnesota, were among a group of community activists or activities Tuesday to call for the resignation of David Easterwood as pastor of City's Church in St. Paul. Okay. They say Easterwood is also the acting field director for ICE in Minnesota. But I absolutely cannot find confirmation that this guy actually is. Have any of you seen proof that this is the same guy? As far as I could tell, they don't know either. They just speculate that he's that one of the pastors, who again was not there the day that they stormed the church with this protest, is this acting field director. They say it's a direct conflict of interest for someone in a faith leadership role to also be a leader in immigration enforcement operations. How? How is it a conflict of interest? For what? For whom? For the church? What role does the government have to say in what the church does? Again, separation of church and state.
You cannot prevent someone from going into a position of into any kind of profession based upon their politics, or God help you, their religion.
Yes, this is about religion.
Oh, if you want to start introducing the idea of banning certain religions from work, then I've got some very old-fashioned ideas I might wish to flex.
Yeah.
All right.
The gospel, I believe in, okay, already, says we are to love our neighbors as we love ourselves. Contrast that gospel message with what they have been seen by ICE and the terrorism they have engaged in. We have literally kicked in people's doors, drive people out of their homes. Somebody tell me how it's acceptable for David Easterwood to be a pastor when he is condoning that kind of conduct. That's
not the gospel.
The
gospel
church.
I believe in.
Yes. Yes.
It tells you, and considering that these are the kinds of people who around with Abramovic.
Yeah. These people need to be called out and need to be held accountable. We are calling for the resignation of David Easterwood from City's Church. His dual role as pastor and as director of the ICE office is most definitely conflict of interest, cannot stand. When I learned of Easterwood's role in City's Church, it was obvious that there was a need for correction, Culler said. It's an abomination for someone to put the title Reverend, which means reverence for God, before his name and act as a field director for ICE. There's nothing about ICE operations here that aligns with Jesus Christ.
Really?
Well, it's not anyone's role to decide that, except for the church.
Oh, I think you'll find it's very clear. Matthews 10:34-36. Yeah.
Yeah. Armstrong and Cullers say they were the co-organizers of the protest on Sunday services at City's Church in St. Paul.
Oh, of course it was.
Led by active. Well, yeah. Easterwood did not appear to be at the Sunday service. The Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division is investigating Sunday's protest for potential violations of the Federal FACE Act, which prohibits exercising First Amendment rights in a place of worship. We came into a church to confront an injustice. The director of ICE Field Office in Minnesota, also serving as pastor in City's Church in St. Paul. Someone help me understand how it's possible to hold both roles with integrity and honor. The gospel, dude, that's not up to you.
Deuteronomy 32:8-9.
With integrity and honor, what the fuck do you mean? When we went to that church in peace, we did not storm City's Church. We didn't descend from helicopters. We didn't have military gear. You planned, went in, stopped the service, and started shouting and screaming. There were little children there crying. We walked in peacefully. This was not Jan 6. It was not an insurrection. It was a correction. Church responds, on Sunday, January 18th, a group of agitators jarringly disrupted our worship gathering. They accosted members of our congregation, frightened children, and created a scene marked by intimidation and threat. Such conduct is shameful, unlawful, and will not be tolerated. Invading a church service to disrupt the worship of Jesus, or any act of worship, is protected by neither the Christian scriptures nor the laws of this nation. We welcome respectful dialogue about present issues, and about how the realness of Jesus, as revealed in the Bible, provides the only final answers to the world's most complex and intractable problems. I also have not seen confirmation from the church whether or not this guy actually is the same dude as the field director. The church hasn't confirmed it. I've not seen confirmation from the protesters, which at this point, again, are allegedly, should be charged under the FACE Act, that this is even the same dude.
Apparently Don Lemon is live right now, and is currently freaking out because his little buddy from this operation just got by the FBI.
He did. I didn't know he got already, did he?
Yeah, he got.
I have something about him. Because that guy, if it's the guy I'm thinking of, he appears to be a paid protester. I talked about this last week.
How else would you get these retards in?
You don't have to pay most of them. That's the thing, is that most protesting is actually organic. You pay organizers, you pay leaders.
You pay picked men to be in the crowd and
yes.
voice to voice. It's basic fucking like lumpen pro manipulation 101.
It's why I get a little bit suspicious when I hear people go, "Oh, they're all paid protesters." No.
It's cheaper to spy for you.
Yeah, that's what you do. You buy a couple. Mighty Biscuit for 5 says, to be clear, the original intent of separation of church and state was more about not having a national church. Not keeping God out of the government. This is about keeping the government out of God, though, was a big part of it. And that's what's happening here, is that they're trying to they want their politics brought into religion. Like I said, ultimately, if the church finds a conflict of interest or something that is intractable between, if this guy is an ICE agent in some capacity, then that's up to the church, not the state. And that is the issue about the state interfering with worship, ultimately, and which is what he was trying to do. So yeah, it was a different pastor who was there that day, not even the right guy, and this was organized. So how the fuck did they not even think to show up on the day that the guy that they were there to protest was even there? So instead they harassed this dude. Don Lemon gives him a little lecture. This is so awkward.
It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship.
But there were folks who
again, they said peaceful. We just showed up peacefully. You can hear how loud it is. You can barely hear them speak. He's got the microphone right up to his face.
But there were folks who will say,
I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution and the First Amendment to freedom of speech and
not in a church. Not in a church.
Place.
Not in a church. Face Act. No, Don, you are incorrect here.
Freedom to assemble and protest.
Yeah. We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
Look how freaked out that guy. He is clearly terrified.
Yeah, because he knows he's about to have a fucking grade 4 bongo pipe on his hands if anything changes. God help. Like if someone in this congregation gets accosted and pulls a fucking like so much as a stun gun, let alone a gun.
I know.
Because they are backed into a corner with their kids.
Yeah. The fucking audacity.
They're tackling the fucking worshippers.
Yes, they're terrified. Like I'll show you the one of the pictures from it went viral for good reason. But don't push me. Don Lemon, of course, is the victim in this situation.
He shoves the fucking mic in his
We're here to worship.
Yes, look at him. He's trying to get away from
invading
him.
his personal space, and as per usual, fatigue sets in. I'm sorry, I've got no fucking time for these people. I hate this idea that we had to put up with this. Just fucking deal with them.
It's insane. Like, this guy is trying to get away from Don Lemon, and then Don has the fucking audacity to say, oh, don't push me. Like, he's the one being accosted.
Worship Jesus. Yes. That's why we're here. Yeah. Okay, that's why we're here. Okay. That's what we're about.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
Jesus has infinite love. I don't. Would he love these folks who are coming into his father's house and doing this? I heard some people say, "Oh, Don Lemon was doing what Jesus would do by throwing the moneylenders out of the temple." What? No, you just brought a whole bunch of people in to disrupt God's house. That's what Jesus had a problem with, was people coming into God's house and using it as a place of commerce.
Let's cut to the fucking marrow here. Hey, Don, considering how much you hate white people, what color's your boyfriend?
True.
But did you try to talk to them as a Christian?
No one is willing to talk. Okay. I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked if you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to chronicle what happened?
By the way, they would later go on to say they were never asked to leave. There it is, straight up, him asking him directly to leave. I'm sure they were asked to leave many times, but one of the narratives is, well, they never even asked us to leave. We thought we were just welcome to stay.
Let's cut the bullshit. Don Lemon's not a believer. The only conversation a believer should have with a non-believer is to ram a sword through his guts as far as it'll go. Fucking St. Louis.
Yeah, based.
You're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship.
Oh, shut up. I'm so fucking sick of these people who lie about that constantly. You're not a fucking Christian. Whatever, dude. It's just disgusting.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Dude, and then his smug face there at the end. He's so pleased with himself, isn't he?
If he's a Christian, then, well, he's in for a surprise at the end, isn't he?
Yeah. I don't think he is, though. Whatever
he's in for an even bigger surprise.
Yeah. And here you can see him reveling in how traumatic it was for them. Right? He knows what he's doing.
Watch this guy here. Look, he's hugging his kid.
Look, you can hear the joy in his voice. Look at this guy. He's hugging his kid. Look at that. Look, they're scared.
You know, I've imagined it's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but again, careful, it's very slippery right here. Yeah. It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but that's what really, careful, please, really slippery. Not kidding. That's what protesting is about, and so...
is making people uncomfortable and terrified. That's what protesting is about.
Specifically
That's terrorism.
Traumatizing them.
That's not protesting. That's terrorism.
That is willfully, like, you have admitted to a terrorist conspiracy.
Yeah. Mighty Biscuit for another 10. Thank you so much, man. Says, if he's a Christian, then I'm a Martian. I know. Yeah, I don't buy that shit, Dawn. Not for 1 second. Not for 1 second. And they've used this line for a long time, too, by the way, is that, well, the point of protest is to make people uncomfortable. He's reveling. You can hear it in his voice how gleeful he is. That there's children who are upset and crying, and their parents are holding them, having to take them out of the church. And it's not the only case. Look at this. There's been so much of this footage of people just trying to leave churches. They've been harassing Christians. This is a different event. You can tell it's a different place. Screaming at people leaving churches.
How dare you!
I guess they're walking to church in this case, yeah.
Traitor! How dare you!
Oh, by the way, the subtitles are not going to help you at all in this clip because they have censored everything. Some usually curse words, but also like all kinds of words.
They censored traitor to the N-word for some reason.
Did they?
Fuck you fucking traitor! How dare you have a rainbow fucking umbrella, you Nazi bitch! How dare you try to
steal these are just
from our people!
Yeah.
Fuck you Nazi traitor!
They've blurred up Nazi.
You indoctrinate these
in the neckussy?
Not paying these guys very much, are they?
Oh,
you can tell they're starting to gutter out in the funds.
My God.
Children so you can fucking rape them. Isn't that what it is, you fucking asshole?
Oh.
Is that what it fucking...
This guy's there with his child. You can
rough.
see the little kid. He's holding his hand. So you can... Dude, this is disgusting. How do you don't feel any shame? You don't feel any concern for those kids whatsoever? You're traumatizing them. And Don Lemon knows he's traumatizing them and thinks it's funny.
Well, what do you expect? These are the same people
that.
who burn down places like Notre Dame.
Yeah, exactly.
Is, man? You think you're gonna bring your kids here and we're gonna spare you while you fucking support the bombing of children in Gaza? You fucking...
Oh, I don't believe for 1 fucking second that you give 1 iota of a shit about children in Gaza.
No, but the check cleared.
Spare me.
Stop pretending like these people give a shit. They don't. They're just paid to do this.
No,
and only some of them are. Most of the rest are just whipped up into a frenzy by them. And let's be honest, most of them are there because they want an excuse to cause trouble.
Yes.
They're bored because they're not gainfully employed, as evidenced by the fact they're actually out there.
Just absolutely fuck right.
The devil makes
off.
work for idle hands, and the people at the top take that as gospel.
You know what really helps children who are suffering, dying under incredible, horrific conditions in Gaza is victimizing more children on the other side of the planet. That really helps children in Gaza, doesn't it? Mighty Biscuit for 5 says, I would love to join in one of these podcasts someday. I feel like we get along about our rants on the evil of modern America. Holy shit. Yeah, sure, man. If you're a member of our Discord, which should be linked in the description, go ahead and join. It's free to join the Broken Crowd Discord. And my DMs are closed. But if who's easiest to get in touch with? Probably Bill. Bill would be the easiest one to get in touch with if you want to come on sometime. For sure, man. You said it's like a lot of money, which you don't have to do, but I appreciate it. But yeah, hit us up on Discord. And if you want to come on and chat sometime, for sure. This stuff is fucking awful.
It's just this is just tiresome at this point. Look, we get it. It's just the same old shit, time in, time out.
Yeah.
Nazi little bitches. Goddamn. Be smarter than your parents. Your parents are fucking Nazis. You're such a Nazi little bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you think you can just destroy our nation? Why do you think
Oh, the irony. Oh, The fucking irony. Why do you makes you think you can just destroy our nation? He says while screaming at a man trying to walk to church with his children.
You can bring back white supremacy.
Then for no reason whatsoever, there was a shift in German voting.
Strange.
Yes. What the fuck is wrong with you assholes? Oh, it's funny.
The smiling is nervous smiling, by the way. I'm pretty sure. I would certainly be nervous
Old
smiling.
boy's just bemused. The younger lad there is like, that's nervous laughing.
That looks like a nervous smile to me, yeah.
Fucking Nazi piece of shit! What are you worshiping? You're fucking taking fucking whiskey shots with Hezgath. Be honest. Look at it, he laughed. He laughed because he knows it's true. You guys aren't fucking worshiping.
If Hegseth's handing out hooch, then...
You're worshiping!
When's the last time you saw Hegseth rolling out with the fucking shot rack? Nobody.
Yeah.
When's the last time you saw all these leftoids assholes sat up with a fucking club with rack after rack of fucking drugs and God knows what every single fucking time?
Yeah, I know.
Look at this fucking little bitch ass little American pin. Look at this little bitch ass kid. Look at him.
Okay, that's a wild phenotype. No one's going to doubt that. However,
yeah, but he is a kid, dude. Yeah. These people are nuts.
Yes. Yeah, move on, you punk ass bitch. You will be judged not by a god, but by a court of law. You fucking Nazi fuck. You can't tell me to stop. This is the sidewalk. This is the First Amendment. You are preventing my First Amendment rights. I am protesting. You are.
A brown police officer is telling you to stop.
Who's kicking himself like,
harassing.
I wish, like that bloke's like, please, white God, save me from this melanin in my skin. I don't want to do this fucking detail no more. This man is going to be ruckus maxing by the end of the month because he's going to do this detail every Sunday morning for the rest of time.
Yeah.
First Amendment rights. You are violating the Constitution.
Never going to have a Sunday off again.
Bitch ass. What's your fucking excuse? I'm not near him.
You don't have to be that close.
Look at this little bitch putting his hands on me. Little punk ass bitch. All right, what's your...
These people have no fear. They should.
Yes, why would they? They have nothing to fear from law enforcement.
I thought all cops were bastards. I thought all cops were murderous bastards. They certainly don't appear to actually believe that time and time again. If you really believed that any and all cops at any time were going to shoot and kill you, you wouldn't fuck with them like this. Particularly after a woman just got shot in the face.
Fucking excuse. Why?
Maybe it's because he's brown.
A church that preaches.
Maybe, I don't know. And he doesn't respect him.
No, yeah, maybe that's it. It's just this guy's just a closet case racist, and it's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna LARP as left wing so I can scream at racial minorities.
Maybe
on a Sunday morning. I think that'd be a great way to spin it at the very least.
Yeah, I don't really like the Democrats are the real racists.
No, I am.
But still, it's like, dude, it's nuts.
No.
I'm tired of the hard R being appropriated by these retards. The only N word I got ends in one.
The craziest thing is, too, is that all these people are recording him, but this is his recording. He recorded this and uploaded this because he was so proud of it.
What about the Christian nationalism?
They probably want a recording that will actually make it to court and not end up in a phone that gets shoved in a microwave somewhere.
Yeah, I guess.
No, what is it about? What is it about, asshole? See, you won't defend yourself because you're a punk ass little bitch.
They just repeat phrases. What about the Christian nationalism?
This guy, I love this guy because he's just bored. It's like, fucking.
I think he's just like Nato Disso Shitto again.
It's fucking Nazi. Fuck you, you fucking Nazi fucking piece of shit. Shame on you. You think you're fucking superior than people?
As you say, to the Polish-blooded man, like blatantly Polish-blooded.
I mean, that kind of seems like a giveaway. It sounds like you think he's superior. You went to that real quick when he said no such thing.
You ain't shit, bitch. You ain't fucking shit. You ain't
also, while you're treating
that one cop
this
is
brown
like,
guy like shit.
I am never escaping this detail every Sunday morning for these cocksuckers, I swear to God.
My God.
But a fucking cowardly fucking traitor.
Look
at these spineless little bitches.
It's just evil. It's just pure evil. There's no other word for it, man. It says the link's invalid. Hang on. Let me. Sorry. Thank you for the tube. Let me get you a link then to the. It's supposed to never run out, but it does for some reason. Let me get it here real quick. I don't know why that happens. Invite to server.
So one effects will be heading off in 25 minutes.
Oh, great. Yeah, Bill has to take a call.
I've got another stream tonight.
Invite link. This one will just be for 7 days.
Tune in if you can to Common Sense, spelled CENTS.
right?
I'll see if I can get a link.
Oh, yeah, I do have a link to that as well while I'm getting this. Generate new link.
This is one of the very rare occasions where I am one of the players in a D&D game rather than, person running the show.
Yeah, that is rare for you. You're usually the DM. Eldritch Saga for 5 says, I really dislike the tough talking people who only agitate the left, get confronted, then back down, then afterwards try to save face, act when you have to. I mean, yeah, a lot of these people, like this one guy, he was talking real tough and then immediately back down. We'll get to him in a second. But, Mighty Biscuit for 10 says, you have to keep doing that, man. Thank you, though. I got in. Don't worry, Aiden. I sent you a friend request on Discord. There's so much I want to say about the screaming idiot. I don't know where to start. Yeah, for sure, man. I'll check my friend requests after the stream, for sure. Thank you. Let's see. Don Lemon would later claim, that this wasn't planned, that it just happened. They just so happened to, he happened to see that something was going on, and he just followed them in. And we'll see this whole these clips side by side. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick, also because I'm starting to lose my voice here. I will be right back. I'm gonna let it play. Is that all right? I think we'll be okay. It's only like 4 minutes. Right back.
The MAGA administration and the fake news MAGAs are losing their mind over something that's not even true. So let me just make it clear, because this assistant...
I was convincing you had to do a run-up to get the word true out your mouth.
Hammett, Gillen, or whatever. So I had no affiliation to that organization. I didn't even know they were going to this church until we followed them there. We were there chronicling protests. Once the protest started in the church, we did an act of journalism, which was report on it and talk to the people who were involved.
Journalism is just synonym to terrorism at this point. Let's be real.
It's called journalism. First Amendment, all that stuff. For all of you people who believe in the First
literally
Amendment,
rolling his eyes as he says it.
There you go. So why don't you talk to the actual person who is in charge of the organization and whose idea it was to have the protest at the church before you start blaming me for stuff for which you...
I'm very tired of the plausible deniability game.
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Oh, you smug... instant slurs, I want to say.
He is just insufferable. Now that's his...
fucking
That's
class.
what he had to say after the fact, right? Here's what he said before.
And we all have the address, right?
Yes. Everybody has the address?
Yeah.
So they're getting the operation together. Again, this is an operation that is secret, that they invited folks out. Can't tell you what is going to happen, but you're going to watch it live.
It wasn't planned.
But you just admitted it was. No wonder CNN fired you.
My God, the incompetence. They lie so often and with such impunity.
What do you expect? Blacks have no lie guilt reflex because they do not have any they got 15-second memory either side.
I'm not talking about blacks. I'm talking about fucking like weirdo freaks, like left-wing freaks like Don Lemon.
Fold here on the Don Lemon Show. That is what I could say. I turned our camera off of them because they're giving some critical information here. But there we go. Everybody's ready to go.
And also is protecting them.
Why is yeah, exactly. So oh my, I'm
okay. So you have been given an opportunity to show the inner workings of a terrorist cell, and you're turning the cameras away for the protection of the terrorist cell.
I mean, certainly seems like it, doesn't it?
Let's go. Okay. Thank you guys thanks you for allowing me to be here. Okay, thank you guys.
Okay. Sounds like it was pre-planned. Thanks for allowing me to be here.
What did she just call him?
What did she?
You guys thanks you for allowing me to be here. Okay, thank you guys.
I don't think she was here.
How are you?
Good.
To see you. We're on. We're not saying what it is, what's going on, but thank you. Tell us why you're doing this.
So
this is Nakima Levy Armstrong. She's on the show
Nakima
on Friday.
Levy Armstrong, civil rights attorney, longtime activist here in the community, and we protest and do activism in all kinds of ways. This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show
clandestine operation. Fuck's sake! You just went in and harassed a bunch of churchgoers and children a clandestine operation. Mission. Yeah.
That is a key location. They don't expect us to come there, and then we disrupt business as usual.
Okay, so we're going to go to the operation again. I'm not going to give any of the information.
We disrupt business as usual.
Away. Yeah, but seatbelt. Don't give anything away. So we're doing this clandestine secret operation. And
driving in broad daylight with cameras. And
some information
real secretive.
Careful, it's very slippery. Very slippery.
As you carpool over there.
Operation, they found
didn't bother to clear an actual route into the site so you could safely infiltrate and exfiltrate for the site.
No, they just gave people the.
If they had actually kicked off a fight, they could not have done anything. They'd have been completely hemmed in. And it would have ended up with what they wanted was to provoke a fight in the church so there'd be a crush at the exit.
Yeah.
I think this is nothing short of an attempted murder. This was attempted to. This was attempting to provoke a crush event.
They would have loved that, I'm sure. If someone had died, that would have been their ultimate goal. That's what these people want. They don't really care who dies. As long as somebody dies or gets injured, that's the goal of this stuff. If someone on their side gets hurt or injured or dies, that's actually even better for them. Yes, that's better for them.
The ultimate currency.
Yes. Martyrdom.
Martyrdom is the ultimate currency as it's transferable.
Yes. The thing is, I looked at a lot of this stuff is driven by narcissism, as I'm going to talk about in my new video and illustrate with data. But oftentimes, you might ask yourself the question, why would a narcissist put themselves in grave danger? One, narcissists never expect it will be them. It'll be somebody else. It'll never happen to me. Two, if it does happen to them, they're not thinking about how they'll be hurt or how they'll be dead. They're thinking about all the social capital, all of the kudos and ass pats they'll get for it, all of the social rewards that they will receive for either being hurt or injured or actual martyrdom. That's all a narcissist thinks about. Is what they gain from stuff. Why people like Aaron Bushnell will go out into the fucking street and set themselves on fire for attention. I'm sorry. At the end of the day, that's what drives that kind of behavior. It's narcissism. It's not genuinely deeply held beliefs. It's entirely self-focused.
You know where you're going?
Yeah, I know exactly where I'm going.
But again, this is just the beginning of this clandestine operation that they're doing here because of some.
It really is the case that blacks will find one new word and run it into the ground.
But this is
isn't that interesting?
This is just.
Yeah, she said that word, clandestine, and then he's repeated it over and over. Also, I just posted a link and pinned it to the channel that Bill will be on when he leaves Broken Crown.
I'd have to double check if it's going to be streamed or it's going to be just a recorded broadcast.
Oh, okay. It might just be
I'll have to see what they're going with this week because it does tend to vary based upon the how well people are feeling.
Yeah, I gotcha.
There's a big back catalogue there. In a Secret Amana playthrough, which I was not involved with, but yeah, Secret Amana. So
very rough.
On the game.
IRL. This is a true IRL because it's not produced. We don't know what's happening. We kind of do, but we don't know how it's going.
What the fuck? This is a true IRL. Yes, you're in real life. What the fuck?
To play out. Right. So we'll get to see some of the what happens after this sort of surprise.
It'd be good if you had your meta glasses on.
I do have
inside
them.
The building.
I may do that, but I don't know. Can you switch over to my meta? No. We are here now. Do you think if you just have it? I think maybe if you just have it on the church, but if they see me, they're gonna know.
Look at this. What did I say? Narcissist. They'll see me. Everyone will know me, Don Lemon, instantly because I'm so famous. Everyone will instantly recognize me. If I show up, I blow the cover because I'm just so fucking famous. Narcissist.
No?
It just depends.
Even his own friend is like, really? Really? Enwa? They're all gonna recognize you, and then the whole thing will be blown. Our whole, little op here to disrupt a church service. Well, what will go wrong? You're still gonna disrupt the church service and scare a bunch of kids. What does them recognizing you do? But look how excited he is. Oh, it's gonna be great when everyone sees me.
What?
Don't name the location.
I'm not naming the location, but I mean, I'm just wondering if you see me. The folks inside see me.
Are the congregants really on live instead of in service right now?
No, but they'll be like, "Why is Don Lemon here?"
Sunday morning. Sunday morning church.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
he's got his fucking name on his little hat. Yeah, you're not trying to hide who you are. He wants everyone to know it's him. Fucking narcissist freak.
Narcissists really hate when their fame falls off and they get really pathetically desperate.
This is pathetic and desperate, yeah. But also disgusting.
Well, what else? It's Sunday, and we already said the church.
No, we didn't.
Yes, you said it.
No, I didn't.
No,
I did not.
We were saying that church is going on during Sunday.
Okay. That's what we said.
Bro.
Don Lemon, who claimed to be a Christian, is like, it doesn't apparently know that church service goes on Sunday, or seems a little bit confused about why they'd be at the church on Sunday.
I'm just trying to figure out what's the best thing, because we just found out about this morning. I'm just trying to figure out if it's best for me to go inside so I can tell what happened. And then that's what I'm going to do. And can you just keep it trained on there?
You should take.
I'm going to take this off.
We can swap hats too.
I got it. Okay. Yeah.
And then you can put your hood on too if you want.
But take your hat off. Don't worry. They won't fucking recognize you either way. God, it's fucking disgusting. It really fucking is. A Mighty Biscuit for 5 says, does he not know what IRL means? Probably not. He's just repeating words. Clearly, it's what he does a lot of. Clandestine, Clandathu. What is it? What's the planet? Clandathu?
We're talking about what we suddenly we went on to fucking Heinlein.
Yeah. Social justice activist Nakima Levy Armstrong in a Facebook post accused the pastor of City's Church of being an acting field director. This is apparently, I think this is where it came from, of being working for the ICE office, a field director, and expressed gratitude to the activists who joined her in storming the church this morning. She wrote, "Thank you to all the activists who showed up, as well as independent journalists, Georgia Fort, Don Lemon," goes on, lists a bunch of people and a bunch of organizations. Santara Strong Allen for co-organizing this mission, along with Black Lives Matter Minnesota, Black Lives Matter Twin Cities Metro, and the Racial Justice Network. But remember, this wasn't planned. It wasn't planned. Also, you dumb bitch just named every single co-conspirator, all the people in charge, right?
Be understanding.
We're Mr. Wood is a pastor here. He is also the director of the field office for ICE in St. Paul. So someone who claims to worship God, teaching people in this church about God, is out there overseeing ICE agents. Think about what we've experienced. The murder of Renee Good at the hands of ICE. A Venezuelan national shot by ICE. A 6-month-old baby who almost died as a result of ICE unleashing military-grade weapons on our community.
Oh my God, okay. Renee Good put herself in a really retarded situation. I don't know the second case. The child, I will cover here in a minute. These people are so fucked in the head. They intentionally bring their children to these events in the hopes that their child will be hurt. Because then they can go and do this. That is so fucking evil. I'm not a parent, but I can't fucking fathom what would have to be wrong with you. What is wrong with all of your parental instincts to
Aiden,
intentionally put your child in danger so that you can use it tactically for your fucking political gain?
Aiden, why do you think they bothered having a kid?
God, that's so fucking dark, man. I don't even want to think about it. It's
It's
so
just
sick.
ammunition.
Yeah, I know.
How dare you claim to be a pastor of God and you are involved in evil in our community?
Do you think Jesus would be understanding?
We're about worship.
These folks.
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk?
We saw this, of course, but it's a different angle.
Church had gathered for worship, which we do every Sunday. and we were interrupted by this group of protesters. We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left.
Again, you hit confirmation. They were asked to leave. It's just evil. And dude, that poor pastor. I'm sorry, it's just evil. How do you do this and think you're a good person?
Lord knows.
You know, I don't think the Lord knows. I think it's all Satan. Good God. Okay, so this guy is believed to be a paid protester, and I think this is the guy you said somebody got charged. This is probably him, I'm guessing.
You ever fucking deployed? Oh, you've never deployed. So you're a staff sergeant never deployed who is now violating the Constitution.
Excuse us.
What's your deal? You don't believe in the Constitution? Is that what it is?
Why'd you get paid for this?
I don't get paid at all. I'm a volunteer. I do this for love of the Republic. Unlike you. You come from some fucking state far away to come fucking betray your oath to the Constitution. It's funny to you, motherfucker? You piece of fucking shit. Never did a damn thing for this country, but you wear that uniform with pride. What's up, bitch? What's up?
Hi, how's it going?
What you got to say, motherfucker?
Dude, they're so fucking evil and vile.
Fuck off. I'm a combat infantry veteran. These fuckers ain't done shit.
Yeah, and I served for 30 fucking years.
So what? Yo, so you don't believe in the Constitution either, asshole?
That's exactly why they're out.
You're so fucking stupid. You don't know nothing about the Constitution.
So there's this guy.
All these comfortable white people who are living lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters. You come here to a man wearing a...
While he harasses children, by the way, says this shit. This person's a lunatic. Like, genuinely mentally ill. You just look at the eyes, you can tell. Deep mental illness.
Suit is a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No!
Did Jesus wear a suit? What do you want him to wear robes into the church?
Jesus would dine with immigrants. Do not touch me. Touch me again and see what happens.
Hey, you can't leave.
And every time with these people too, Don Lemon pulled that shit as well. They will
throw yourself physically into their personal space, and when they dare to rebuff you, just like threaten to murder them over it.
It's you know.
So, someone is at home watching this and thinking, "I remember that guy shooting at shepherds from the door of a Humvee."
Yeah, it's another child tactic of an infantile schoolyard bully thing.
It's a broken wing gambit. It's fucking textbook.
Keep touching them over and over again, or do all but touches. Scream at him, scream at him. The second that you get touched, scream bloody murder. I help! I'm being oppressed.
Cry out in pain as you strike them.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hey, Christian, why are you not standing with your Christian?
Dude, this guy's what's the next one? I thought there was another one. Yeah, that's just this too. Yeah. Investigation for possible federal crimes. A DeWoke farmer, this guy, William Kelly, who's the agitator who was harassing National Guard months back in D.C. and harassed churchgoers, was arrested the other day for obstruction and released without bail. Released without bail by Minnesota. Harmeet Dillon believes he and others may face federal charges for violation of the FACE Act, which is obstruction of someone practicing their religion, and can face up to a year in prison for first-time offenders. No same-day bail for that. I wonder if they will investigate Don Lemon. Probably not. But this guy just does this. Really? So he's in D.C. doing this, and then he's in Minnesota doing this? You think this guy has a job? Or is this his job? This is his job. I certainly think so. I mean, like I said, I'm iffy on saying all these people are paid protesters, but this guy goes around the country doing this.
He's also getting paid by somebody. All that about being combat infantry. I would ask what grounds he was dismissed under, or his honourable or dishonourable discharge. I think I can hazard a fucking guess. Either he was dealing drugs on the base, or he was just taking pot shots at anything that moved.
I don't think he's a combat vet. I mean, I don't know, but I just don't trust him.
If you had any kind of deployment whatsoever, I'm assuming he was just...
Yeah, he probably just saying that to fuck with them, right?
Most likely, yeah, but it would have been brought up by... If he had any actual fucking... like, any kind of, like, history in the military, they would have been brought up by now.
Let's look it up then, shall we? Let's see. William Kelly, DeWoke farmer. Jesus, what a dumb name.
He put up a GoFundMe and got 40k to travel. So literally, he's just a fucking GoFundMe kiddie. He's a fucking he's a trust fund by proxy.
He did serve in the U.S. Army between 2007 and 2011. Let's see. No, this guy's a lunatic. Serve. Continue protest. It doesn't say anything about his military service. I don't know if he just left or if he was dishonorably discharged or if he.
Well, given that he's currently working for these retards, I wouldn't be surprised if he's an asset.
Yeah.
I think it seems to be very strange that he's got all these. He claims to have
yes, he has been arrested,
time spent as a combat infantryman. No accolades, no information about his background thereon.
Yeah, he dared.
He's probably working for the company guarding a fucking poppy field.
He dared Pam Bondi to come arrest him, and then wasn't so happy when she said she was going to come arrest him. I don't know if he's been arrested yet or not.
How hard you have to work to make Pam Bondi do a job.
I know, it's almost impossible. Let's see. I see a Facebook post. I hate this shit. Let's give her the name. Let's see. Yes. Okay, they were. Let's see. Sean Teal Allen, Nikema Armstrong, and William Kelly arrest spark row. But for some reason, Don Lemon's not been arrested.
Imagine getting laughed off by the Weekend Warriors.
Yeah. So he taunted her on social media and was just like, yeah, come and arrest me, bitch. Come and arrest me. Announced the arrest on Thursday. Social media erupted with speculation. Yeah.
Why is he rocking up to the fucking venue in fucking waders?
I don't know. I don't fucking know. Third subject now been connected.
Can we talk about the guy in the red just throwing the Baldwin the Fourth up? Oh, is it a woman or a black? It's so fucking blurry. And he won't hold still.
You think they're patriots? I don't think so, especially those ICE agents. No, hell no.
Yeah. Well,
no, they're terrorists. They're traitors.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for your service. I appreciate
all the people in this church. They're living real comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps.
Well, he harasses children.
So if we disturb their Sunday,
also Cantonese.
We need nobody should have to.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right now, while our immigrant communities are afraid to leave their houses. So Pam Bondi, you want to come and arrest me? You want to come and give me charges? So be it. As you can see, all these pretend.
There it was. I was hoping this video would have that.
Yeah, throwing up the Baldwin the Fourth.
Ow!
Yeah. Is this just the same video? Yeah. God, you come arrest me, Pam Bondi. Well. What is it? What are you going to do? Stab me? Says stabbed man, right?
Hey, Shlomo, if you got such high accolades in your fucking military record, come forth with them.
Yeah. Let's see it.
Arrested Nikema Armstrong for our protest.
There's a reason you cover your ears.
My lawyers tell me they have no fucking case. This use of the FACE Act and the KKK Act is complete bullshit. But let's be honest.
No, it's really not.
They don't care. They don't believe in the rule of law. They're fascists.
Oh my god, this guy actually makes me feel ill. I'm not even joking. He makes me feel sick. It's the way he talks. It's his just everything about him is so fucking disgusting. I
find it hilarious that he's so pro-Gaza yet is so aggressively Jewish.
Yeah, I know.
Well, he legit looks like fucking. Oh, what's that fucking asshole's name? Well, the fucking pornmonger.
Well, they do that because to throw suspicion away from themselves. Oh, I'm a good Jew, right?
They're now going after fucking the Clintons for the Epstein files.
That'll have to be me.
All right, Bill. All right, cheers.
That'll push you on, folks.
Bye bye. Spoon, are you still awake? How are you coping with this fucking insane shit? Oh no, is Spoon falling asleep? Spoon! Oh well, we'll keep going.
What the fuck?
How can he sleep through this? It's so loud and awful.
God damn it, people. When will you stop fucking acting like everything's normal and going about your fucking day?
Well, you're not normal, dude. You're severely mentally ill and disturbed, and you need to be arrested, and if not put in jail, then at least put in a mental hospital, which Trump has said he's bringing back, and has signed some new EO about or something, which I fully support. I never ended up making a video about it, but I did a lot of research a couple of years ago about mental health asylums, mental asylums, and that it was actually probably a bad idea a very bad idea to get rid of them. I think people use it a lot as sloganeering. There were serious problems in mental asylums in the past that I'm well aware of. However, by the time that they were done away with, for the most part, it was not the kind of like nightmarish scenarios that you imagine in your head of people just, you know, being in the reason that happened, that people just lying in the halls, you know, with feces and urine all over themselves, you know, like banging their heads against the walls, that kind of stuff. That happened because it was after World War II. The vets got put into the insane asylums. They didn't have enough space. In fact, the design of a lot of old insane asylums, if you go to like the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, for example, which is quite a famous haunted location, but they have this really fascinating design to the architecture where it's set up to maximize the amount of sunlight. They have big open windows because they were supposed to be originally in the design of these in the 1800s was as a place to get away from the world and to relax and to be able to undo stress. So they're actually incredible buildings. They needed a shit ton of reform, but we also definitely do need insane asylums because there's a lot of fucking crazy people out there. I know that being interned in an asylum against your will, it fucking sucks, but people need it, and it's better for them in the long run than to be out on the street causing harm to themselves or others. This guy needs to be interned somewhere, in an asylum or in a prison.
Days. Get in the fucking streets now. It's time to shut this country down. We are at fascism. The republic has fucking fallen.
Dude, I can't take anymore. Dude, he's such a spoon. I'm glad you're... This guy's a fucking loony, dude. Absolute loony tune shit. I can't take it anymore. Yeah, but he's a particularly nutty case.
It's like if Zach Wilde was actually insane.
So here was Dawn's response. White supremacy. Why can't I... What the heck's going on?
And there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think people who are, you know, in the religious groups like that, it's not the type of Christianity that I practice, but I think that they're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a supremacy, a white supremacy.
I literally can't pause it. Hang on.
This country was built for them, that it is a Christian country. When
I don't... Something's going on with Twitter. One sec. Let me try to reload the page. I couldn't pause it. Will I be able to pause it now? Okay, that was really weird. Yeah, well, Dawn, whatever. I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian.
I hate this fucking crap of, ooh, look, I'm hiding behind... Dude, the original Christianity wouldn't have you and a white Christian in the same fucking room.
Yeah, true. But also, he seemed confused about why they... What are they doing there on Sunday?
He's confused because he's Don Lemon, I mean.
Well, he's also gay. I highly doubt he's a Christian.
And cringe.
He's like thinking they're doing some kind of ice meeting on a Sunday.
How the hell are you... How can you call yourself a Christian when you're a homosexual?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, a lot of people do now, I suppose.
In the Bible, it says you should be stoned.
Yeah. Let's finish this, and then I've got a few super chats here to read.
But I think that they're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a supremacy, a white supremacy. And
it's white supremacy every single time. By the way, what he's saying, just to put in the context, because I did pause, people being upset that you stormed into their church, terrified their children, are only upset because white supremacy? No explanation really as to how that's white supremacy. But being upset because your children are crying because they are being accosted by a bunch of screaming lunatics is white supremacy.
They think that this country was built...
Yeah, it's fucking insane.
...for them, that it is a Christian country when actually we left England.
Yes, it is.
Which mean we left? Motherfucker, you were never in England. Neither were any of your ancestors. Fuck are you talking about?
It's always this we stuff when convenient, by the way.
Not part of the United States.
Trump did too with his speech there about World War II and stuff. I really can't stand that we whenever it's utilitarian to you. It's a we when it benefits me. It's a me, narcissist Don Lemon. Oh, they're all gonna know who I am. I'm so famous. When that's more useful.
Because we wanted religious freedom. It's religious freedom, but only if you're a Christian and only if you're a white male, pretty much.
You violated their religious freedom, genuinely, which I know you don't think Christians should be allowed to have, despite claiming to be one, by going into their church and disrupting their service. That is a violation of their religious rights. You would be apoplectic. You would be out of your fucking mind if a bunch of right-wing people got together and did this to a mosque or to a synagogue. Maybe not to the synagogue at this point. I don't know how, where on that line Don Lemon falls. But I mean, he wouldn't matter. He would use it regardless of how he feels about the Jays.
And so, yeah, I absolutely 100%. But it's an intimidation tactic. And, I said
the irony. It's an intimidation tactic to say you violated the law, which you did. Again, both this KKK Act to prevent people from going into churches and causing disruptions, and the FACE Act. It's not you. What you did was an intimidation tactic. What is being done in response is the application of the law. The fact that he's not been arrested yet is evidence that the law is not being applied.
I'm going to go with performative stupidity because A, it is the thing that leftists do, and two, this is the only way that Don Lemon can get any kind of attention because no one else gives a shit what he has to say in any other capacity whatsoever.
Well, he's been fired from his mainstream media job. So
yeah,
this
I
is
wonder
clearly because of shit like this. This is a clear and obvious cry for attention.
And also, here's the other problem. Is it really a punishment for a homosexual black man to send him to jail?
No, I hope he'd probably enjoy that quite a lot. He'll have plenty of new boyfriends.
I don't understand how I've become the face of it when I was a journalist. I do understand.
I don't understand how I become you made yourself.
Yes, he does. He fucking does. Don't.
Oh, he does absolutely. They'll recognize me, dude. I can't stand this freak. I know.
Understand that I'm the biggest name there, and I'm also.
He can't help himself. I don't understand why does it involve me? I'm just a journalist. You weren't doing journalism, by the way. You weren't just standing there observing. You were actively engaged with it. Yes, you were part of the mob. That's not how journalism's supposed to work, fucker.
So as I was on with my producers this morning, you and Kylie talk all the time. My producers were saying, I said, how did I become the face of this? And my producer said, Don, you're a gay black man in America. And there's a
You're the face of it because you wanted to be the face of it. You wanted to be the face of it until it got a little bit too hot.
You're the face of it because you were the polar opposite of what a church would be.
Yeah, indeed.
Maybe it's that. It is because, yes, you are a black homosexual, and that has nothing to do with a white country that is Christian. It may be that. Yeah. It's because you're the fucking polar opposite, you dipshit.
It's pathetic. The classic narcissist tactics all the way down. Major Metroid for 2 says, opinions on Funny Valentine as president. From JoJo, I presume. Based. Major Biscuit for 2 says, when can we bring back the Crusades? Not soon enough. Major Biscuit for another 5 says, how can these people afford to cross the country regularly if it isn't their job? Yeah, good question.
Good question,
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. That's why they have to. I imagine they have to be being paid. You think that crazy guy's got a job? I don't think so. No. Mighty Biscuit for another 10 says, genuinely convinced that everyone who accuses a person of being a fascist has no idea what they are talking about, or they are a brainwashed zombie. It's just a dehumanizing word. The whole point of using that word is because it strips away people's humanity. Once you're othered, you become part of that. You've been labeled as part of this group that doesn't deserve empathy, that doesn't deserve human rights. Well, then it's perfectly fine to kill them. They call you a Nazi, they call you a fascist so that they can kill you. They can justify it. Because then it's quote-unquote self-defense, right? Because you're evil, you're a monster, you're a villain, and your existence is terrorism to them, or terrorizing them. So it gives them a moral justification, a casus belli to kill you.
You spelled impotent wrong.
Who spelled him? What?
I'm looking at a good one in the chat there. And his social circle worldview, he has no value absent his membership in oppressed groups. That is absolutely true. That is very true. He has no value in any
that's all
capacity.
He can do
is being a shit stirrer.
Yes.
Like, no, why am I the face of this? And then insert immediate fucking oppression point groups.
Yes.
No one cares about any of these things, by the way. There's other people who are gay and black. No one gives a fuck. You're gay, black, and fucking irritating. That's the reason people know you right now.
Well,
because you're fucking annoying.
He knows the organizer. He kissed her on the cheek. Did you see that? The woman who's in jail? He kissed her on the cheek.
Ew.
Why are you the face of it? Kizza, who's been a member for 36 months, thank you so much, man, says, this monkey couldn't talk about dead children when we all know he loves abortions. I know. Shouldn't talk about dead children when we all know he loves abortions. Yeah, good point. Also, don't preach about the Constitution when you don't actually support it politically, speaking as you're another commie traitor. Exactly. Yeah, he doesn't support it at all.
No,
but that's another thing. It's just words. It's just word magic. My Constitution. He doesn't give a shit about the Constitution. Not one iota of a fuck. But it's that classic meme of, this won't work on me, but maybe it'll work on you. Mighty Biscuit for 5 says, I wouldn't mind joining the call if you want someone to talk in case Spoon is asleep. We'll set that up in the future because I don't want to do that stuff on the fly. Because luckily Spoon is also awake, which I was worried about. But thank you, Spoon, for being awake.
Yeah.
We'll set that up for next week probably next week. I don't know why not. Slosher's been a member for 20
next week.
Oh, was that Spoon?
I want to see if I can get
Amalgam come on
next week.
Okay,
if I can
maybe
get her to respond. She has weirder sleeping hours than even I fucking do.
We were talking about getting Amalgamite on this week, but she's not responded to Spoon yet. So I'll let you know, and we will work that out in the near future for sure. Slosher's been a member for 24 months. Thank you so much, man. Says, can't super chat because I'm on vacation in the US, so my card won't work. Oh, shit. Hope you guys are feeling better. Yeah, I had a bit of a health thing yesterday, but feeling better now. You both have had some great videos lately. Thank you, man.
Thanks, I tried.
Thank you.
And
Mighty Biscuit became a... Yeah, thank you. Became a member at Monarch level. Thanks, man. You don't have to do all that shit. Thank you, dude. Vastly, greatly appreciated. Let's see. Where were we? At the end of that vile clip. Let's see. So, white supremacy. It's all just white supremacy. This is who you traumatized, Don. This is the picture that was the real takeaway from this. Is this white supremacy?
And the woman on the right looks Asian.
She's Asian.
Yeah.
I don't know I don't think that's her son. I think it's just a father and his son sitting next to her. It wasn't just white people in that church, was it? You terrorized. I know you don't care about white people and you think they're subhuman and you want to terrorize them, but there were non-whites there too. Does that change the calculus for you, Don? Is it? I mean, a lot of times they will claim that Asians are white supremacists or whatever. Asians are always they're a real Schrodinger's POC, right? They're much like Jews. They're white when it's convenient, and they're Asian when it's convenient, or Jewish when it's convenient. With Asians, they don't normally pick and choose. They're just labeled. With Jews, they normally tend to be like, oh, hello, fellow whites. Asians just get labeled against their will as white or privileged or essentially white or not. And typically speaking, Asians get lumped in with whites as not deserving of human rights because they are white adjacent, right? By people like Don Lemon. It's just disgusting. Right. Okay. Yeah. I thought this was, is this the same guy? No, it's not. It's a different dude. Speaking of this white supremacy stuff and all this crap, they always eat each other. Every single time. Don Lemon accuses the people who are critical of him of being white supremacists for harassing children in a church.
This is a branding thing. I mean, look, he's walking around on a mic. It says DL. Like, seriously.
My God, true. Dude, yeah, oh my God, he's got his hat says Lemon on it. He's got his DL microphone. Here he is trying to talk to one of the protesters. Oh my God, look at this. It's so funny.
So now, this is where we have been in that lot, and they blocked it off. Do we know why? I don't know why they blocked that off, because we were able to come through and park there. So I don't know how...
White supremacists!
What's that going to mean?
This is a white supremacist agenda!
What?
The white guy. I mean, what a great photo, honestly. What a great freeze frame.
That is like a fat Destiny.
The white guy. Is this the same dude who got arrested? And they hadn't quite been introduced yet. But this white dude is calling Don Lemon a white supremacist. Yeah, Don, I'm sure everyone at the church is going to recognize you. One of your own tribe doesn't. And in fact, thinks you're a white supremacist.
Why do you say that?
Fuck off.
No, me, dude. I'm not here.
Whose team are you on?
Come on, man.
It's a different guy.
This is Don Lemon.
Whose team are you on? He was clearly calling Don Lemon a white supremacist. I couldn't tell at first when I first watched this. Like, is he just yelling white supremacist at the void? But no, he was calling Don Lemon a white supremacist.
All right, man. All right. Well, sorry, brother.
He's very much on our team. And then the second, it's like, no, he's cool. He's one of us. Look how fast the demeanor changes. The group think, the group psychology here is insane. He was calling a black guy a white supremacist 10 seconds earlier. And now it's like, no, I'm one of you. Oh, cool, dude.
No, I'm so sorry.
On our team.
Yeah, so why do you say that?
This is a white supremacist agenda. They're not just going after criminals. I'm so sorry I went after you. I didn't recognize
Do I look upset?
Even his own, they didn't recognize him either. Do I look upset? Oh, you know he is.
There's all kinds of folks out here with media.
He has to comport himself because he realizes what he's done.
Just his demeanor and sort of disheveled look. He looks like he's related to Asmund Gold.
He does a little bit like Asmund, a little bit. Oh, Mighty Biscuit for another 5 says, "Fuck you, take my money, love you guys." Thank you so much, man. It is again deeply.
I'm amazed you could super chat with the fuck you.
Huh?
So I'm amazed you can super chat fuck you.
And you can. I think you can't say slurs mostly. You can say fuck. Apparently.
They're not just going after criminals.
Yes, they are.
They're going door to door in their target.
This is not a new talking point,
Is
but
there
it
a
has been
reason
revived.
The guy,
which
he's talking like he's constantly out of breath. Like you're holding a shovel, not a fucking Atlas stone.
I think he's freaking out because he realized he called Don Lemon a white supremacist.
So?
Well, he probably knows that looks bad on him because he's one of his tribe. And he called a black guy a white supremacist. And he would have no problem calling a black guy a white supremacist if he was a conservative.
I was about to say, I like the way that the stupidity of the statement makes no fucking difference as to whether or not he's embarrassed on that kind of front.
No, it's just whether or not he's on side or not. That's all that matters. Ardent Party for 2 Canadian says, testing, follow fucking Ardent plays on Rumble. Let's fucking go. Apparently you could say fucking in Super Chats. I didn't think you could.
Didn't know that. I don't know when people would swear in a Super Chat, though, so it's sort of...
Yeah.
Learn something ever new.
Dapper Wolf, come on, Aiden. Don equals Kono Dioda. Yeah, indeed.
Targeting any black and brown person they can find. And
you just called a black brown person a white supremacist.
All of America is next.
Okay, I was with you with the first statement. It's not true, but at least it had some cogent sense if you're going with the white supremacy. And then it said, all of America is next. If you ran up all the black and brown people, who is the all of America that's next? What the fuck does that even mean?
The whites, the white supremacists, when they get done with all the blacks and browns, they're gonna go for the whites next.
Are they gonna get rid of the gays?
Well, it's 2 for 1.
Is that basically so? Yeah, I was about to say. So if you don't get Don in round 1, you get him around 2. Is it?
Yeah, I guess so. Right. So
fucking
stupid.
hell.
These people are so dumb.
If you live by a black or brown person, you're next.
That's it.
What?
That's
wait,
if you live near a black or brown person, they'll come for you next.
Okay, so it's not like they would clear the neighborhood. They would clear the neighborhood and would go, because you live next to someone who is black, which you had no control over, by the way. Maybe they keep moving later.
Maybe they're also racist and don't want to live near brown people. You don't really, dude. It's completely. They live in a completely different universe, divorced from reality.
That's kind of my thing. If I look at this, there is no way to salvage this without completely dissolving the government as it stands. Because all of these people are institutionally captured, essentially.
Yeah.
And the only way you're going to get rid of that is if you give whatever institution they're obeying, if you rob it of its power. And just say, like, no, what you believe in has no value, get the fuck out.
And I do try to be fair in some of the stuff, like, but where is this on the right? Where is anything that is anywhere near equivalent to this? Where are all the white people? Just where's the roaming gangs of white people going and disrupting moss and calling them a bunch of sand ends? You know what I mean? Where's that shit?
Based.
I mean, but I don't see it. Where is it? I've never seen anything like that.
Well,
There's nothing that compares to this on the right.
Well, no, because if one side just screams, but Nazi are literally just going, "Can you please leave me alone?" Then any form of organization is just going to make them scream it harder.
I mean, I don't think the Nazi thing works anymore, though. I really.
Yeah, I wish, but they would still be stupid enough to. It's not about what the people think in that sense. It's more about what will they be moved by. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's just, does it animate? And for those stupid idiots, it still does. And also the message will seem louder if they actually start cracking skulls. Hence the ice thing.
Yeah.
Because ice doesn't look. Ice doesn't look good. See, the thing of it is, if it's supported by a majority of people, then you can go and crack skulls left, right, and fucking center. Then you can go full Third Reich mode because it's what most people want. But if there's enough people that can be swayed in the opposite direction, then the why is the Klan so quiet? Yeah, basically that is. You either need
the Klan
to,
is a Democrat organization.
Well, that too, and that's also why it worked. Because a right-wing Klan wouldn't fucking work. Left-wing one would, because they would actually wield power. So yeah, that's always the fucking problem. Is that if you're gonna be an authoritarian, then don't fucking pussyfoot around. Actually do it.
Yeah.
That's how you know the right's not.
Indeed.
Because if you actually wielded authority in an absolute kind of way, then the left wouldn't say shit. They would bow their head and be obedient.
That is our next topic after this, is that the right does not use power
at
all.
The
left does.
None.
No, at all. The left doesn't use power, or the left uses power constantly. The right just gets power and then refuses to use it. Let's finish this. I think actually we're done with this guy. He's now realized that Don Lemon's on side, so he's now cooling down a little bit.
Look really fucked up.
Yeah, well, he's probably on drugs. If he's not high on drugs, he's high on his own supply. This is insane. Anti-ICE mob storming church essential and must continue, Democrat state lawmaker says. Gee, I wonder why this beautiful woman said that.
That's a woman?
Oh yeah, you can't tell?
No, I can't. Hence why I'm asking.
It's because it's a bloke. That's why. State Rep Leigh Fink, a Democrat from St. Paul, posted on Facebook following anti-ICE mob storming local church service. Yeah, weird. Calling the incident essential and saying it must continue. Actions like this, nonviolent resistance, was it nonviolent?
Marching me for the cause is how that reads to me.
I mean, no one got shot or maimed, but it was certainly aggressive. I guess it was nonviolent. But it was pretty fucking intense. Resistance in the face of government inaction. You were protesting at a church. How are you protesting the government at a church? Inaction or oppression are essential, Fink wrote in a Facebook post. They must continue until ICE is out of our state, the administration is out of the White House, and dignity and humanity for all our neighbors is achieved. Dignity? First of all, your neighbors already have humanity, as long as they're humans. Dignity? Would you call what happened at that church?
Is not dignity.
Yeah.
Dignity.
Would you call what happened at that church dignified?
No.
No. I don't fucking think so. Yeah, is this the actual post? Can I read it? Yesterday, protesters disrupted churches. Protests caused outrage, promises of retribution and prosecution, and the usual round of upset. Jesus Christ, has me thinking for the past 24 hours all the actions of Act Up and Wham in 1989, who staged a Fuck off, dude. Just, they have to write a fucking essay.
Yeah, this moment is like, I thought recently, instant historical event, like, fuck off, you didn't. That's like a fucking essay, right?
They always have to go back to some ancient ass shit, yeah. Let's see. Lemon sees the keys playing church. Yep. Face Act isn't enforced. This is just another video, but we've seen enough, I think. So much of it. In the past, Fink has defended rioting and called for abolishing police, so I'm here to tell you that there will be more riots. We remember Stonewall as a riot, and we know that it was necessary. The next riots will be necessary too. The war, the revolution, never ends. That's the point. There is never any end to this.
This will end in bloodshed.
Never. Inevitably. Which they're hoping for. That's what these people want.
I don't know why you just, if you just do that in the freaking first place, they might actually stop. I get the feeling they're egging the violence on because they know they won't happen.
They
can just push
really,
and
what they're aiming for. Renee Good was not what they wanted.
No.
The Renee Good incident was too messy. She was white. That was the first problem. They really need to be a brown person. But
she was also really annoying.
She was really annoying. It was a really bad look. It was very difficult to justify. And they even at the time, they were like, I don't really want to go protest for this woman because she was white. The goal of things like this is to get some brown person killed.
Yeah, model for the cause, so riot.
Yes. So if you are a brown person participating in these things, understand the goal is for you to be killed. That's why all these people were showing up, because they want you to die. That's it, you know? Brian 1988 for 2 says, these characters have too many public fetishes. They do indeed. And they just flaunt. It's disgusting.
What do you think would happen if someone associated with Trump, maybe some of the executive, said, hey, look, if you riot, we have authorization shoot to kill?
Yeah.
What would happen?
Again, they'd be on themselves. Be beyond themselves. They would. I mean,
Can
people
you
at
march a
home.
massacre?
Oh, for sure. For sure. Then they're the, I don't know, Minneapolis 50 or however many died.
Attention,
right?
useful idiots. We have a sale on martyrdom in aisle 5. I repeat, we have a sale on martyrdom in aisle 5.
I mean,
yeah, it's basically
the thing
that.
is, again, as I went through the research on this recently, narcissists, when I say narcissist, I do mean subclinical, not like pathological diagnosed narcissist. It's narcissistic traits. And I think you can encourage narcissistic traits when you give people rewards for doing fucked up shit.
Yeah.
It gives them a implicit and explicit
Incentive.
reason to be like this. It stokes all of their narcissistic anything they have within them that is prone towards that. You reward them for it. It's basic Pavlovian behavior.
This is also goes to show you whatever life they live in the regime, it's not sufficient because they gravitate towards ridiculously retarded, fucked up causes. It tells me that there's something really wrong with the way Americans live.
So, again, having looked at this, one of the things that seems really intrinsically tied into this is
Like
identity
family?
fusion with out groups. Well, family for sure. And that's actually, it actually relates. So, the study I reported about in the Charlie Kirk situation, or the whole Charlie Kirk story, but it's related here too. You find it in my script here, fusion. So this is a Kunst et al. 2018 demonstrated this in a study of white American university students who reported feeling strongly fused in their identity with Palestinians and Kurds despite having no personal or familial ties to either groups. The students reported being significantly more willing to report intentions to engage in violence on behalf of Palestinian and Kurdish causes. Despite having no direct stake in the conflicts themselves, their emotional identification was strong enough to motivate extreme political action. The fusion with out-group identities was associated with identifying as a leftist activist, as well as higher levels of anger and self-efficacy, which is the belief that one's actions can meaningfully change the world. In other words, people who felt morally fused with distant groups they didn't belong to also felt personally responsible for acting on their behalf. What that translates into is that people, and specifically more than any other type of identity fusion,
White
which
savior
means
complex.
yeah. So normal identity fusion that you might expect is identity fusion with, I don't know, groups that you're a member of. So people of your same race, people of your same nationality, your same religion, your same political group. Well, comparatively to all those other groups, people who were fused without groups, this is from Varman and colleagues 2024 in a meta-analysis of 90 studies. People who had identity fusion without groups were the only one that was statistically significantly more likely to say that they were willing to engage in extreme collective action, which means willingness to fight, die, or sacrifice themselves for an outgroup. Only those who were identity fused without group, or fight, die for a cause. Only those who were fused without groups. This, whatever it is that goes on in people's brains that causes them to have greater sympathy, empathy, connection with groups that they are not a part of, it's so suicidal that the only people, I guess, who are like that are lunatics. Because you're going against evolutionary proclivity.
Which would explain why they're nuts.
Yeah, something there is fucked. That outgroup identity fusion stuff, that's why these people were lunatics. And that's the only kind of identity fusion that is related to the willingness to fight, die, and sacrifice. I don't know exactly what that means, but there's 90 studies that find it. So something's going on there, right? So there's, let's see. Of course, they feel, but again, like what happens when this turns around on these people? All of a sudden, when they get arrested, when they get fired, it's bloody murder. How dare you? And they don't like their own tactics being turned around on them, which is what happened here. So, in a hilarious twist of the hunter becomes the hunted, reports are surfacing that ICE agents in Minneapolis have found a genius way to deal with the radical whistle armies and by following their vehicles. According to a real 911 call placed on Friday, do they actually have the call? Is this a video? Is it just a link? No, just a picture. Okay. 911 call placed on Friday. Where was it? January 16, 2026, the very people trying to harass federal agents are now panicking because those agents reportedly leading the agitators right back to their own front doors. The 911 panic attack on the call, reportedly placed by civilian commissioner for police oversight in Minneapolis, reveals a total meltdown within the anti-ICE leadership. Here's the full quote from the dispatch log. Caller is a civilian commissioner for police oversight, of course, isn't that interesting, has been receiving info from several people who have been recording ICE agents that when they follow agents, the agents are leading the followers to their personal homes. CLR believes federal agents are running plates to gather addresses, and followers are concerned for their own well-being. CLR has hopes that MPD could respond to the homes of the followers as a deterrent and to show support for the community members.
That's pretty funny.
My God. So first of all, one of them's a cop, okay? Which is interesting, or police oversight civilian commissioner that works with police. They are so happy to do this shit. And then the second that ICE follows them back home, oh my God, police, please come help me, please, I'm being harassed. Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't even have any other, besides fuck you. You don't like it when it happens to you. Excuse me, if you don't like when it happens to you, why do you go do it?
It's a pretty funny response, to be honest.
It is funny. I mean, it's hilarious that it happened to them. Just desserts. Of course, this has happened now again with...
we know where you live.
Yeah, we know where you live. Well, so do the police, by the way, and ICE. They can look up your fucking license plates, you dumb... So... This was the story. They're defending pedos again. They can't help themselves. So yesterday, Reuters captured ICE breaking down the door and dragging a man half naked out into the freezing cold in St. Paul. According to his sister-in-law, they returned him after realizing he's a naturalized U.S. citizen with no criminal record. Oh my God, this is disgusting. They pulled this poor man out of his house, and he's fucked. Look, what the fuck? He's all covered in scars or something. He's a naturalized U.S. citizen, though. He has no criminal record. How could they have harassed this guy? Because he was living with two sex offenders.
Oh.
Who are not citizens. Yesterday in St. Paul, ICE conducted a targeted operation of two convicted, this is from Tricia McLaughlin, two convicted sex offenders. One of the criminal targets had convictions for sex with a minor and sexual assault. The other target had convictions for sexual assault and with penetration in the first degree, domestic violence, and violating a protective order. Both have convictions for failure to register as sex offenders. Both have final orders of removal from an immigration judge. The U.S. citizen lives with these 2 convicted sex offenders. Now, there's reports that, they don't live there anymore. They haven't lived there for 2 years. But those reports come from the family of these people. And we're supposed to just... It is astonishing that leftists will just believe anything. I don't know. I'll at least be willing to say, I don't know if they've lived there for 2 years. But I would have some suspicions on the family telling you that. U.S. citizen lives with these 2 convicted sex offenders at the site of the operation. The individual refused to be fingerprinted or facially ID'd. He matched the description of the targets. As with any law enforcement agency, it's standard protocol to hold all individuals in a house of an operation for safety of the public and law enforcement. Both of the sexual predators remain at large in St. Paul. And again, they weren't there. I don't know. But at one point, they were living in this house, and then this guy refused to cooperate with the police. So, what do you expect? I don't understand. Again, aren't all cops bastards? Then cooperate. If you're afraid of the cops, as you claim to be, just cooperate. I'm not saying kiss their boots. Fuck that. I'm saying, if they say, do you have ID? Can you work with us? Because we just raided your house because we are informed, and as far as we know, there's 2 freaking sex offenders who live here, one of whom is a pedophile, and both of whom are supposed to be getting the fuck out of the United States. And you don't assist the officers? Won't communicate with them? Won't work with them? What do you think's gonna happen? This is the kind of shit, again, it's childlike stuff. Don't you learn this in, elementary school?
Well, he's gay, so I don't think they learn much.
Well, maybe he's also a naturalized citizen. And then, of course, it's the white woman, as always. So readers would like to know, there's a community note, the woman is crying because her elderly neighbor, a U.S. citizen, was detained while half-naked in freezing conditions. He is not a child rapist and was later released. But the reason ICE is there, lady, that you're crying, is because there was a child rapist who lived in that house, and they were looking for him. And there was also a regular rapist and domestic abuser who lived in that house. Crying for your neighbors? 2 of them are sex criminals. White women's tears. Suicidal empathy. There's the face of it. You know?
Fucking idiots.
They are. However, what the Dems do understand, what all these people understand, because, this crying, all this performative shit, it's because they understand how to manipulate people. They understand how to wield power.
Optics.
Yeah. Conservatives suck at that, which is why the Democrats in Virginia have just passed sweeping legislation to destroy the state the second they got into power. Democrats in the Virginia legislature introduced a slew of bills this week aimed at steering the Commonwealth in a more liberal direction on issues such as gun control, elections, abortion, criminal justice, LGBT policy, race, and taxation, much to the chagrin of the state's conservatives. Oh yes, much to their chagrin. Wait till we see what it is. Democrat Governor Abigail Spanberger ran last year as a centrist, and critics say the immediate leftward lurch of her party is a reversal of November's election rhetoric. Gee, who could have seen that coming? Now, remember, there's only a little bit of this. But Abigail Spanberger, they put up against that black lady who was also a Democrat, right? Wasn't she also, I think, the black lady that Spanberger was running against? It was 2 Democrats, I think. Or was she a moderate Republican? But she was a real moderate Republican. But she was just unelectable, I think. And so this Spanberger woman who is insufferable, the one who was struggling not to smile when asked questions about the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Oh,
well, she is now... Yeah, she is now in charge.
Oh, she won?
And this... Yeah. Of course she did. Democrats voted for the white woman. Because of course they did. What's happening in Virginia now is a classic example of the Democrat playbook. They lie to voters during the election season by pretending to be moderates, get into office, and push liberal agendas completely out of step with the public. Republican State Leadership Committee spokesman. Mason DePalma told Republican Examiner. Now, the thing is, again, Republicans have to run better candidates. That woman who ran against Spanberger, they ran with because she was a black woman. Let's just be honest. I didn't think she seemed absolutely terrible in the just because Spanberger was so detestable. But they ran with that woman because she was black and a woman. And Republicans are like, oh, that's what people want, right? So we can show we're not racist? No, they don't care. They want power. And when they get power, they use it. So Kristen Hines has a good breakdown of the bills they've passed. Or are trying to have introduced, right? Excuse me, not passed. Ban future attempts to clean up voter rolls. He's also got the exact bills listed here if you want to double check them.
Make it illegal to hand count ballots?
Yes.
How on earth would you make that illegal and enforce it?
Because everything's going to be done by computers now.
Allow mail-in ballots to be counted 1 week after. Like, just send in the stormtroopers and take over the state.
Look at this one.
Because they are going to.
Yeah. Makes it illegal for state agencies distributing federal dollars to NGOs to investigate whether they're engaged in fraud.
No. Send in the tanks.
Literally,
This is...
They're about to make it illegal to investigate fraudulent spending of federal money. The thing that's happening in Minnesota?
Yeah.
Allow mail-in ballots... allows for absentee ballots to be received and counted up 3 days after election. Gerrymanders the state with a 10-1 or 9-2 Democrat congressional map. So remember, Democrats are against gerrymandering.
This is what happens when you give these people.
Look how long this list is, Spoon.
Yeah.
Look how long
Jesus
this list is.
Fucking Christ.
They did this day one. Day one, Spoon. They had all this shit.
You do realize
in the wings. And
if a Democrat takes power after Trump, that's the Republic goodbye. Because they're not going to get power back. They will end elections.
No.
On fucking day one.
Yes. They've made it clear that they're going to do that. Yeah.
Congratulations, you will have leftist authoritarianism.
Yeah.
And JD, by the way, JD Vance is way too much of a fucking pussy to be like actually a Caesar kind of character.
Yeah, he is. I like Vance all right, but
Trump is far too much of a bitch to do this kind of shit.
Vance is safe. Look, I was talking to some female friends the other day about what role models do young men have?
They don't have any.
I mean, like, what do you got? Like Sneeko and Nick Fuentes?
Oh yeah, I saw that shit. That was, oh my god, it's fucking embarrassing.
Jordan B. Peterson, who can't stop crying, and look, I thought Peterson was a good one for a while, but he can't stop crying. And I know he's fucked from drugs and stuff. Trump, who is also a narcissist and pathetic, honestly. I mean, like, I wanted to like Trump, I really did, but after all this, I can't imagine any young man looks up to Trump very much. Maybe some of them do. Who do you have? Like, I genuinely. Andrew Tate?
He's brown.
The problem, you've got J.D. Vance, but what is J.D. Vance now known for? What is? First of all, yeah, married to an Indian. Two, his image is perpetually, again, I like the meme, but embracing the meme too. He's a fat. He's a fat doughboy, unserious. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What male figures and men, in a way women don't, really need role models. Women, I don't think, women are so intra-sexually competitive. I don't even know what female role models look like. Nor do I think they're really necessary. But there's no one for young men to look up to. And so, yeah, I think that may have been a mistake for Vance to maybe really embrace that meme. I thought it was a funny meme, but at the same time, how do we feel about Hegseth? I'm not sure how I feel about Hegseth.
I don't like him.
I'm not particularly fond, is my only general opinion on him. But then I don't know.
Before he was, oh look, the neocons are fucking stupid. Then as soon as he gets into fucking office, hey look, I'm the Secretary of War, and then he's simming from these neocon fucking policies. Like, yeah, okay, so you're just a two-faced little shit. Fuck off.
Yeah. Yes. Many Tsushai for 10 says, one cannot dance around the Rubicon. One must boldly cross and conquer or turn back in shameful chains and be forgotten by history. Politics is not a game. The right needs to act accordingly. Indeed. Well said. Well said indeed, sir.
It's up to me to become a role model. No, I am not a leader.
But that's the problem. Nobody wants to be. Not really. The left doesn't really have any leaders either, but their whole point is to tear down that kind of stuff. They don't want males to have role
They don't
models.
really give a shit.
Yeah, they don't. Right, they don't. In fact, the worse off the youth are, the better for their agenda. The more confused and inept they are, that suits all the left's agendas.
I don't know if the right is. I can't even say this right. There's no right wing party in America because the conservatives are fucking pussies.
Yeah.
Like, if I want a right-wing person to take power, I expect them to act like an authoritarian. And by that, I mean it's kind of weird because that's what you wanted Trump to do. This is something that I find really weird about Americans, is they say they don't like monarchy, but if you look at how they expect Trump to behave, you expect him to behave like a king. You wanted him to say, tear down as much bureaucratic rot as possible and fucking behave like an actual executive that wields power. You want a king. That's what you actually want. If I look at like what you actually want the executive to do, it is to behave like someone that wields absolute fucking power.
Look what they do when they have power in one state. In one state.
They just crush. They are way more powerful than the right. The right are fucking pussies. The left just goes, oh, look, we'll take power and we'll just shove your fucking face in it.
Yeah, and use it. Let's see. Eliminates the requirement for last-minute campaign contributions to be publicly reported at least 24 hours before Election Day. Cool, so they don't have to report their campaign contributions before the election. Removes the State Board of Elections' ability to dispatch law enforcement officers to collect vote tallies from localities from a locality that refuses to publish them. So if they won't tell you...
This is what happens when you don't go after your political opponents.
I mean, yeah. Joins the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact for allocating Virginia's electoral votes in presidential elections. Automatic restoration of voting rights for felons after they're released from prison and the mentally handicapped. Allows for votes to be cast electronically through the internet. Good. There's no more there will never be. A Republican will never win in Virginia ever again. Once you've done this electronic internet shit and no hand counting of ballots is illegal, there will never be a fair election in the state ever again. Ever.
This would make communism in like Soviet Russia blush.
It gets worse. Public funding of political campaigns at the local level abolishes all... Dude, listen to this one. Abolishes all mandatory minimum sentencing for rape, manslaughter, assaulting a law enforcement officer, possession and distribution of child pornography, and all repeat violent felonies. There is no longer a mandatory minimum. Feminists voted for this, didn't they? For rape. There is no longer a mandatory minimum sentence for distribution of child pornography in Virginia, or about to be.
There's a level of evil to this that's beyond comical.
It's beyond comprehension. I mean, how can people who vote, Democrats, how could you look at this? I'm genuinely curious. How could someone who voted for Abigail Spanberger look at
what's her early life section like?
Is she Jewish? I think we did do that before. But it's not just her. It's the whole Democrat establishment in Virginia. Let's see. Let's do a little early life. Is she? It doesn't say. Davis is the surname, which is Welsh. So I don't know. Or English. I don't know.
I don't know.
Makes it harder for judges to deny bail, even in the cases of things like aggravated assault, armed robbery, and drug trafficking. Gives convicted murderers, rapists, and terrorists a chance to get out of prison early. Drastically reduces the criminal penalty for robbery. Bars prosecutors from mentioning a criminal's prior convictions during the guilt phase of the trial, even if it's for the same crime. So in other words, when you are at sentencing, or you cannot reveal to the jury, you cannot reveal that the person has done this before. So that, because that might sway, obviously, well, this person's a repeat offender of the same crime. So they've shown that they didn't stop them last time. It is now barred. You can't let the jury know. You can't let the jury know if the person's done this kind of shit before. Transfers the department. Dude, they love criminals so much. They love chaos. They thrive in chaos. Because the people who write this shit, it doesn't affect them. They live in their gated communities. None of this touches them. It will affect your life. Anyone who lives in Virginia is fucked. I was born in Virginia. I grew up in West Virginia, but I was born in the state of Virginia. This is my home state. It's quite upsetting. Let's see. Transfers Department of Juvenile Justice from the Secretary of Public Safety, Secretary of Health and Human Services. Reduces the amount of time that the Commonwealth can compel a convicted criminal to pay court fees from 60 years to 10. Taxpayer funding for transgender surgeries. Bans most discretionary state contracting. This is insane. Bans most discretionary state contracting under $100,000 from going to businesses owned by white men, and allows state agencies to award contracts to women or minority-owned firms that are 5% more expensive than a bid from a business owned by a white man. In other words, they're just not going to hire white businesses for contract work, and they are going to overpay for minority-owned businesses to do the same work by 5%. If you are white in Virginia and you do any kind of contract work, you're out of a job now, if this goes through. If all this stuff goes through, and it will, because it's like how they always do it. There's so many of these bills, they'll try to push them all through together and say, well, we had to publish all of them because some of them are really important or whatever, And let's see. Punishes VMI for adopting a anti-DEI stance, abolishes all Confederate-themed license plates, eliminates the tax-exempt status for Confederate history groups, such as the Daughters of the Confederacy, renames Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. This was their first day. This was on the docket along with all this other insane shit. Well, make sure to... You can tell that it's all of their little pet issues. All just worked in here. Makes it illegal to approach within 8 feet of someone within 40 feet of an abortion clinic. What? If someone is standing within 40 feet of an abortion clinic, you now can't be within 8 feet of them. How is that going to work, by the way? It's, of course, to stop anti-abortion protesting. Again, which they have a problem with, not any other... It's fine to go into a church and harass children.
She was a former officer in the CIA.
Of course she... Oh, right. I forgot about that part. Yeah, of course she was.
This person was in the CIA?
Of course she was. Government aristocracy. Let's see. Where were we? Enshrines a leftist narrative about January 6th and teaches it in public schools. So you're going to learn that children are going to now be taught that January 6th was an insurrection and that it was the darkest day in American history. 9/11 doesn't even come close. Nothing comes close. Allows localities to adopt rent-controlled measures, which will make it it will make it extremely difficult for renters to be able to afford their properties. They will probably have to surrender them to the state.
God.
Sell them to the state.
Please,
yeah.
I'm reading about her history. This is hilarious. In early 2000s, she taught English literature as a substitute teacher at the Islamic Saudi Academy in Northern Virginia. Bizarre. She received a conditional job offer from the CIA in December of 2002, and a shady fucking date. While waiting for the background check to be completed, Spenberger worked as a postal inspector as her father did, focusing on money laundering and narcotics.
Interesting.
That's fucking bizarre.
Yeah.
She joined the CIA as a case officer, working to find, recruit, and build relationships with foreign nationals who could have had information of value to the U.S. government. She has publicly said that she gathers intelligence about nuclear proliferation and terrorism.
Yeah, she's a Fed.
Yeah, she's a Fed.
Yeah. Increases the sales tax in Northern Virginia. Adds additional sales tax for home deliveries. Raises the car tax for electric vehicles. What? They're making electric vehicles more expensive and imposes new sales taxes for streaming services, concerts, gym memberships, nail salons, barber shops, tanning beds, tattoo parlors, dry cleaners, shoe repairs, carpentry, painting, plumbing,
basically
electrical,
Western
HVAC,
civilization.
landscape, everything is going to be more expensive. And housekeeping work for homes, swimming pool maintenance, travel agencies, and shipping services. Now everything is getting taxed higher in Virginia. Creates a new tourism tax on event entrance fees, raises the hotel tax in Arlington. They're imposing that on themselves. Imposes a 7.75% tax on incomes over 1 million, creates 2 new tax brackets over 600K at 8% and another at 1 million and over 10%. In other words, everyone who's wealthy, who's not protected from this shit, is going to flee the fuck out of Virginia immediately. Because the Democrats
What's the most bizarre thing about this? She won.
By the way, yeah.
She won by a whopping 15 points.
Yeah. Yeah, she won solidly because the Republicans ran a black woman against her and hoped she'd win because she was black and a woman. Why are you doing that? You can't play Democrat DEI games against them. They always win because they don't really care about the DEI virtue signaling as much as they do about doing this shit. This is what they actually want to do. Imposes a 3-point...
Her transition team is just full of non-white members of fucking Kamala Harris's presidential campaign.
Yes, I did. I saw about that too, yeah. Allows every locality to raise the state sales tax by 1%, raises the sales tax in Stafford County, rounds up all state and local taxes to the nearest 5% increment, allows localities to outlaw gas-powered leaf blowers, imposes new personal property tax on electric-powered lawn equipment. It limits the ability to use self-driving or autonomous vehicles. This is, by the way, that and the electric car thing, it shows you they don't care about the environment. That's just a dig at Elon. That is just a direct dig at Tesla and Elon. Allows state and local government to implement traffic and speed cameras. This is the kind of thing. They'll go with something like this and say, "What? You don't think there should be speed cameras? You want people to speed and kill people? We got to pass all of it." Put speeding cameras on state highways. Again, the same thing. They'll do that with that. Requiring a license to buy a firearm. Again, they'll say just sensible. Assault weapons ban, which just means they're gonna massively reduce what kind of guns you can buy. What the fuck is an assault weapon? Nobody knows. Strip guns rights from anyone convicted of a misdemeanor hate crime. So you're going to they're going to hand out hate crime misdemeanors, like candy, to take your guns away. Make it illegal to shoot a firearm on a lot less than 5 acres, expand gun-free zones, shrinks concealed carry reciprocity with other states, hold firearm manufacturers liable for gun deaths.
By the way, the woman that ran against us, she was a lieutenant governor under Youngkin.
Yeah. Imposes 11% sales tax on firearms and ammo. Imposes $500 sales tax on firearm suppressors. Drastically raises physical requirements to operate a firearms store. Makes it harder to obtain a concealed carry permit. Creates new taxpayer-funded state propaganda center for the sole purpose of promoting gun control. Ends qualified immunity for police. Targets ICE by banning the use of facial coverings by law enforcement. Makes ICE agents liable for civil suits filed by illegal aliens. Prohibits ICE from arresting illegal migrants outside courthouses. Just because they have the power.
Is all these things
you
proposed?
Can just do things. These have all been proposed. They've not all gone through, but a bunch of them will. Just by nature of how many there are.
Because I think it's clear on some level that there needs to be federal intervention just to be sane. Because you can't have a state that runs this kind of shit. It's just fucking dumb.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. But then they'll claim, Trump is a fascist. This is
but I don't care.
States' rights.
States' rights can fuck off when you act like a complete fucking retard.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing of you can have freedom so long as you behave with a sensible amount of decorum with it. If you do this kind of shit, then no, I think your state rights should go up to fucking wazoo, and the federal government should run you because clearly you're fucking nuts.
Yeah. Prohibits ICE from arresting illegal migrants outside of courthouses. establishes state propaganda commission to publicize the supposed negative impacts of ICE raids in Virginia, creates a state-mandated playbook for how schools must respond to ICE showing up on their campus, and bans school employees from assisting ICE.
That's a good question. How do you ban someone against a federal entity at a state level? How do you ban something against a federal entity at a state level? I don't think you can.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how that works. I don't know how that works.
Send it in the tanks.
How could you possibly ban at the state level working with the federal level? Bizarre.
Good question.
I don't know. Unionizes government employees and gives them collective bargaining rights. Isn't this cute, though? This is the things they give themselves. Unlimited taxpayer-funded home purchase for government employees. Preferential hiring in
that's
state government.
That's insane.
Uh-huh.
That's just, I can loot to buy whatever the fuck I want.
If you're a government employee, yep. And understand that the if you're a DC Politico, you either live in Maryland or you live in Virginia. A couple of them live in West, but not many. You live in Maryland or Virginia. It used to kind of be that Maryland is where more the Democrats lived, and Virginia was more of the Republicans lived. But it's so many in both. This is going to drive... this is insane. What this is just giving handouts to their friends. They have enough Democrats in Northern Virginia now that they felt very comfortable doing this. Just straight up unlimited taxpayer-funded home purchases for government employees. Unlimited. Preferential hiring in state government for federal employees laid off by DOGE. How interesting. Again, all the digs at Elon in here. Defers property tax to federal employees during shutdowns. Hikes minimum wage to $15 an hour. That's not going to do shit with all of the increased taxing you're going to get. Eliminates the minimum wage exemption for farm workers. So if you're a seasonal farm worker, you will now have to be paid minimum wage instead of part-time or anything anything else. Because there was an exemption there, which will make farming much more expensive. Virginia has a lot of farms. Oh, peanuts from Virginia, my favorite. No more. If this whole shit goes through, mandates the hiring of new bureaucratic positions, career coach in every single public school. What do you think that career coach is going to do? Mandates, this is insane, mandates mental health screenings for all public school students between 6th and 12th grade.
How about that for the teachers?
Gonna be, the mental health screening is going to be for politics.
Yeah, that's obvious.
Yeah. What are your parents' politics? What do you think about things? That would be to stamp out any sort of dissent and to label any boys who dissent as terrorists and as mentally ill.
Sustainable aviation fuel. What the fuck is that?
Oh, that's one of those. Okay, that's one of those Democrat slush fund projects where it's like, oh yeah, we need we're going to do a bunch of research into sustainable air fuel, and it's just a Ponzi scheme.
I was going to say that.
So they can dump money into it. Yeah, so they can dump money into. Yes, that's what it is. They can dump money into something that's sustainable airplane fuel. Come on. Free public education for illegal aliens. Raises the salaries of school board chairs and vice chairs. Drastically curtails homeschool and private school independence from the Virginia Board of Department of Education. So you can't even homeschool. The state's going to step in there too. Allows out-of-state Indian tribe members to receive in-state tuition. Lets students graduate high school despite failing grades.
That's not a surprise.
Eliminates nearly all academic benchmarks for college students to receive financial aid. He has sort of a bit tongue-in-cheek here, but this is real. A proposed, essentially, Somali daycare fraud pilot program. Where, again, it's going to be...
Tongue-in-cheek.
You can... Oh, no, he's tongue-in-cheek because he's calling it Somali fraud. But I did look into this bill, and what it is it's a pilot program for home daycares. So that people can get paid, essentially, to take care of their kids a little... and some neighbors' kids. Except for what it's going to be is exactly like it is in Minnesota.
Yeah, it is like a Monty Python skit.
It is. Expands it really is, especially a list this long. Expands the eminent domain powers of Virginia Passenger Rail Authority. It's almost over. Reclassifies solar farms as an agricultural operation, thus granting it protections under the rights to farm law. More than triples financial penalties from the Department of Environmental Quality to comply with environmental regulations, mandates all localities adopt an environmental justice plan, allocates $100 million in taxpayer funding to the production of sustainable aviation fuel, eliminates the ability of health insurance provider to change premium for smokers, adds a new insurance mandate to cover over-the-counter condoms, mandates unconscious racial bias training for nurses to retain their license. This is Virginia. Now, again, I don't know how many of these will go through, but these are all the bills that are now on the board. Whew. Let's see.
I have nothing to say to that.
I know.
Other than
let's see it. Yeah, Manu255 says, it's depressing how many people on the right would be happier to be beautiful losers than an ugly winner. It's all so tiresome. It is indeed all so tiresome. Beautiful losers. Looney Lenny for 5 says, I give up. There's no more hope in bringing the country back to sanity. Don't get black-pilled, man. I know this is really black-pilling, but this, like...
It's black-pilling, it's just that it's fucking stupid.
It is stupid. I mean, this will destroy Virginia. This will turn Virginia into California. Overnight.
On roids.
Yeah. Rat Cheesington for 5
this
says...
makes California look fucking tame.
I'm sure all the other stupid shit about, like, that California's done, they're working on as well. Rat Cheesington for 5 says, is it fair to assume Virginia will collapse in a few years, assuming Trump does nothing? I don't want it, but at the same time, I don't see any other way. Or another way. Yes, and this is the heart of the Confederacy. Gentleman fish. Yeah, sorry about that. You could see how that I would misread it. It is I was born in Richmond. Was I born? No, I grew up I lived in Richmond. I was born in Norton, Virginia, and then we moved to Richmond when I was real young.
Mermaid.
Yeah, but a gentle one, a kindly one. So it is. I have some memories of and we used to go to Virginia a lot as a kid. I love peanut soup. Oh my god, bruh, peanut soup. Virginia
it would be a show if we weren't
soup.
talking about food.
I know, but Virginia peanut soup is my jam. It's the best. It's so good. I love Virginia. It's a beautiful state.
I can't think about food.
It was. Sorry, I know that you've been eating a whole bunch, huh?
Yeah, I scared Aiden with how much I ate yesterday in a single sitting.
It was a bit alarming.
Yeah, how do you? I sent it to a friend of mine. She went like, "That's actually impressive." I'm like, I'm not really eating for the sake of challenging and impressing. It's more just if I know my body says, "Can you give me food now?" I'm like, "Bitch, I just gave you. What did I eat in one sitting?"
Yeah. Do you have the list?
Yes, it was a chicken breast, about like a small packet of chips, and then a chicken burger, and then half a pound of potatoes. Well, not half a pound, it was a pound, so half a kilo of potatoes.
You said it was a pound.
Yeah, and then a pound of potatoes. And then afterwards, I'm like, I feel like fruit now. That's not normal. People don't do that kind of shit. No one eats...
No, that's not normal.
No one eats a piece of chicken and then a burger and then a fucking pound of grilled potatoes and then goes, I need fruit.
That is extra.
Insane.
I see people in the chat question me about peanut soup. Peanut soup, Virginia's old Alexandria recipe for look. It's an old recipe and it's so good. It's basically just like watered down peanut butter, if I'm being completely honest, but it's so good. It's so good. It's a classic Virginian dish. You gotta try peanut soup, bro.
How am I not fat? I don't freaking know.
You're an ectomorph or whatever, I think.
Yeah.
You just don't put on weight easily.
No,
you do work out,
I really don't. Yeah, it's not much though. But if I do work out, then it's balls to the wall.
Let's see.
Can you interest me in Don Lemon for my fruit intake? Can I interest you in Don Lemon for your fruit needs? Unless he's going to pick it, and even then I wouldn't trust his homosexual hands in my fucking fruit. That sounds really shady now that I say that out loud.
It does sound quite shady. It sounds quite shady.
I should maybe take that one back.
Although
I wouldn't mind putting him to work in the fields.
Well, I mean, that used to be work in the fields in Virginia, not anymore. J-Code of 345 says, the funny thing, the people who voted for this will all say this is stupid. I don't know. Will they? Will they say this is stupid, or will their cognitive dissonance not allow them to? Most of them will just turn their ears and their eyes off and just go, "It's not happening. It's not happening." They will say they don't even know about it. It's Republicans lying about it. It doesn't matter. You can look all these things up. Again, the bills and their numbers are here. Christian spent hours, according to him, putting this together, which I doubt it did take him.
I do have a disturbingly fast metabolism to the point where I think there's something wrong with me. Like normally people who eat this much and don't gain weight or something tend to have AIDS. Pretty sure I don't, because I don't. Yeah, I don't, so I'm not that worried about it. I don't think people have AIDS have muscle. But yeah, the metabolism rate is. I think it's because I eat the same food all the time, and for as much as I eat, I don't eat shit. I don't eat sugar. Like, I don't eat refined sugars. Mainly because it gives me really fucking bad breakouts. Like if I eat. I can actually feel myself getting breakouts if I eat sugary shit, like within hours. So my body is really sensitive to that kind of shit. So that's the thing it's sensitive for, is like grotesque amounts of sugar. It's probably why I eat a lot of fruit and I'm fine. But carbs,
it's like natural sugars from fruit.
Yeah, there you go. But I eat honey as well. But that's why
honey is really good for you.
Yeah, that's why I don't eat chocolate or any of that kind of shit, because it fucks with me.
Yeah, I don't care for chocolate. One of the other things they passed is a amendment for abortions up to birth. Because of course they did. You have a tapeworm.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Maybe.
How does he not get fat though?
Who, the tapeworm?
Yeah.
Good question. The amendment, which would establish a so-called fundamental right to reproductive freedom, advanced quickly in the Democrat-controlled legislature. It cleared the House on party line votes after committee action on January 14th. Framed the amendment as protecting health care and contraception, even though it would allow killing babies up to birth for any reason. I'm sorry, like how... I understand some things that the left advocates for. Really, like people who are a little bit more genuinely... what would I call it? Far left. I can understand certainly a lot of their criticisms. Genuinely far left. I don't mean people like Hassan Piker, right? But I can understand some of their criticisms, and I can feel like we can come to common ground. This kind of shit is nonsensical. As again I mentioned too, one of them is specifically Christian's got the thing here of just straight up. They've just made fraud legal. Is one of the things. I had links to more of them, but I want to get through some more stuff. Bill enacted by the General Assembly of Virginia, that the Code of Virginia is amended by adding this article. A state agency administration of federal funds eligible determination exemption for nonprofit organizations. No state agency responsible for the administration, this is about the federal funds, for the administration of federal funds shall impose a requirement on nonprofit charitable organization providing a federal public benefit to determine, verify, or otherwise require proof of eligibility of any applicants for such benefits. As used in... You cannot determine, verify, or require proof. Speaking of fraud, it's the word of the year already, isn't it? This goes back to the into the Minnesota stuff. So, video reveals family who've received nearly 200,000 in donations after claiming they were returning from a basketball game when their baby was tear gassed in Minneapolis lied. As the footage shows, the parents participated in the riot and left their baby in the car. So remember earlier when that woman was like a baby was tear gassed and nearly killed? This is the baby. These the parents have been identified in this crowd here out there protesting. They were not sitting in their car. ICE agents didn't just break in and tear gas a baby
News just in, melanated people have no fucking shame.
Again, they want this to happen. They bring children to these things on purpose so that then they can do stuff like raise $200,000 for themselves. Or for the cause. Depends on which one they care about more. Which brings us to Minnesota. There's grifters all over Minnesota, and fraud. Oh wait, that was that one. Was it right? Yeah. So here's about. Of course, they're still freaking out about this stuff. They're trying to cover it up. All the Minnesota fraud.
Yes, we do, Mr. Chairman. I've met with whistleblowers and gotten documents from them about how after the original CCAP whistleblower report came out in March and April of 2019, subsequent to that, there was an Office of Inspector General within DHS that had investigative authority to do surveillance.
What's that?
Make the woman's that woman's voice just fucking irritating as shit.
It is, yeah, I agree, actually.
Warrants and seize electronics, and they were shut down. They were told they could no longer do criminal investigations. They were told they could no longer meet with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension agents that were assigned to them without supervisor's approval. And instead, when they found one of the other members talked about how they changed the language. They went from calling it fraud to calling it overbilling, and they created an over.
Yeah, we got the gist of it. I did read it, but
I
there's
can't
just
listen to that voice. Fucking hell.
Yeah, her voice is rough to listen to. Minnesota legislative auditor confirms Walls employees fabricated records to cover up the fraud.
No shit.
I don't know how. Yeah.
This was definitely the most egregious thing I have seen. Maybe in my whole time working at OLA.
Office of the Legislative Auditor.
Oh my God.
Jesus fucking Christ, you get a physiognomy on that fucking thing. My
Hunger
God.
Games character, dude. What's up with the hair? She does like a Hunger Games character.
This is like a mixture of fucking Rachel Maddow and that Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah, but not fat. And it's Hunger Games.
It's like Ozempic.
Damning report.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Rosie O'Donnell. Oh God, she does have facial features like O'Donnell, doesn't she? Yeah. Like the same mouth.
Finding state employees
Eat a sandwich, fucking Skeletor over here with this.
Dude, the hair is crazy.
Fabricating records to cover up mismanagement of money.
It's nuts.
Tax money. It's another black eye for the State Department of Human Services.
27 years with the Office of the Legislative Auditor. A statement like that from Judy Randall.
Huh?
What did she just say?
Tax money. It's another black eye for the State Department of Human Services.
27 years with
another black eye? Do you think black guy?
Yeah, that's what I'm like. What did you just say?
It's another black guy. I mean, every time.
Her Baba must hate him. That's it. Yeah, I'm reaching for the they them pronouns because I can't.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think this is an appropriate use of they thems. Thank you for the 2 Rat Cheesington. Yeah, crazy.
The Office of the Legislative Auditor, a state.
What the fuck was that? Oh my God, it's because I'm zoomed in. Sorry, it just clicked on something.
27 years with the Office of the Legislative Auditor, a statement like that from Judy Randall means something. After past suspicions, she says her most recent audit proved state workers were fabricating documents to cover up mismanagement of taxpayer money.
So these documents should exist. They didn't. We asked for them. All of a sudden, they now exist. And in at least one case, it was created wholesale and backdated by 2 years to give the impression that it had always been there and been done on time.
The OLA audited the Behavioral Health Administration within the Department of Human Services, which issues grants, nearly $200 million of taxpayer money each year, to addiction and mental health service providers. But the audit found BHA was not making sure those providers were doing the work.
BHA didn't conduct the site visits. Our auditors went and conducted the site visits that BHA should have done. And we identified serious concerns that services weren't being provided.
One of the grants examined by OLA was $1.6 million issued to the Wellness Collaborative through Zion Baptist Church in North Minneapolis.
Just the extent of this money
BHA
that's just been
didn't
wasted.
have documentation to give auditors to show that the services were rendered. What's more, the audit says the grant manager...
Regular Americans are struggling to pay their bills. They're locked out of the housing market. The average median age of home buyers now is the average age of buying a first home is 40 in the United States. Meanwhile, tons of people, a small group of leftists and Democrats, have made themselves exorbitantly rich using taxpayer money.
Directly profited by leaving BHA and months later providing consulting services to the Wellness Collaborative for the grant she managed, which Randall says is not illegal.
But I think it raises a bunch of ethical questions at the very least.
Representatives at Zion strongly dispute what BHA and DHS told the auditors. They tell KARE 11 DHS sought them out for the grant. They provided services which DHS workers witnessed. They gave DHS documentation, and they say now they believe they're being scapegoated. The former grant manager.
Yeah, how convenient. That's why all your documents are fucked up. Sure.
Told KARE 11 any wrongdoing falls squarely on DHS.
Conduct a monitoring visit to make sure the services are actually being provided. These aren't rocket science types of things.
Perhaps most frustrating, this was the second audit of the Behavioral Health Administration, and many of the problems found were repeat problems.
What is it like to see these problems, make these recommendations, and nothing is done to fix it?
It's exhausting.
It's all so exhausting.
It's exhausting.
Governor.
Yep. There's also voter fraud, of course, that has happened in Minnesota that's been uncovered while all of this has been, because again, magnifying glasses on the state right now. Not a single military ballot match a registered Michigan voter. Now, this is Michigan, sorry. How does that end up in here? But another state then. In the system, every ballot she inspected, without exception, was marked for Joe Biden. There wasn't a single Trump vote.
Was a registered voter. And the ballots looked like they were all exactly the same Xerox copies of the ballot. They were all for Biden across the board. There wasn't a single Trump vote. And none of the voters were registered. They had to manually enter the names and addresses and a birth date of 1/1/2020, which would override the system and allow them to enter non-registered voters, of which I saw several that day. Throughout the day, that's how they would override voters that were neither in the electronic poll book or the supplemental updated poll book.
Thank you. What time of the morning was it when you saw this come in? Or what time of the evening was it?
Like you said, 3-ish, 4 in that window.
In the afternoon?
No. I was there from
3 or 4 in the morning.
I was there at 10 p.m. to 5 a.m.
They were in mail sleeves, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody...
By the way, you can hear a bunch of leftoids screaming outside from the sounds of it. At this hearing. Uncovering fraud. Election fraud.
Have any earmarkings of who they were carrying these ballots? Were they carrying them? Were they on a dolly?
Yeah, they were on a dolly. Do I know who they were? Absolutely not. But they were people that were doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lucido. Senator Santana.
Was there any particular reason you didn't ask for a supervisor to question, the ballots coming in on a dolly? Or
Well, I didn't figure I needed to because the lead counsel that was supposed to be there was taking tally, and I was there standing right next to him. So I figured he was kind of the person that was overseeing the whole night. But that's what we were told. No, we were talking directly about why are these coming in. We all thought it was interesting that these ballots were coming in so late.
If this stuff doesn't get fixed, there is no United States anymore. I mean, I don't know what to do.
This is a shit show.
Mighty Biscuit for 10 says, listening to everything for the past, hour makes you want to use a nuclear censored word device in every gated paradise that these demons live in. Good Lord. Yeah, and that's the thing. They do live in these gated paradises. They're far away from all this shit and its effects. And I got another dunk on Republicans here in a second. Because it's like, the Republicans are so inept. The country is falling apart and they do nothing. So this is another. Nick Shirley also, this was the part that was in Minnesota, because Nick Shirley also he's continued to put out new videos. In fact, he was interviewed by this guy the other day who cut up their interview in order just to make himself look better and to make Nick Shirley look worse, and he's having to crash out now. Nick Shirley's doing quite well for himself, though. He should, but I hope he's learned a lesson, which is that don't do interviews with leftoids. They have no intention of being fair and balanced. Their only intention is to try and smear you, to try and catch you in a trap, to try and hurt you. And that's the way things are. There is no goodwill left. It is very dark and depressing, but these people are lunatics, and they can't be reasoned with. And they hate you, and they want you dead.
It's way beyond anybody's imagination, the total amount. The state doesn't even know. The feds don't even know.
And so, for instance, why would that judge bow down to the head of the Somali mafia here?
What I can tell you is that it's a voting bloc, and what they say is if you do something to go against our community, we're going to vote for, and they all vote together, and there's ballot harvesting, I've seen them do it, that we're going to vote for your opponent unless you do what we tell you to do.
And so it's all purely for vote.
And again, this is how that whole Minnesota fraud, it's part of the reason why there's so much of the money going, changing hands. They are literally buying votes. If you don't give us money, we'll vote for the other guy. It's pretty simple how this works. It's just buying votes. Import a bunch of Somalis and third worlders, and you don't even have to import them. I mean, like I saw a video. Yeah, I saw a video earlier today of some black guy freaking out. He was waiting in line at a health clinic, and they told him he had to wait outside. He seemed high and fucked up, but the video started like in the middle of his crash out, because he had to go wait outside. But the immigrants, he started screaming at the immigrants in there. I don't know what happened before it again. They probably told him to wait outside because he was being unreasonable. But he started screaming at the immigrants, going, fucking immigrants ruined this country and that kind of stuff. And it's like, because they're not paying blacks this way, are they? They've already got their vote. They don't need to do it. They buy what they do is bring in the immigrants, they buy them, and then think they've bought their families forever. And because it works. It's what they did with blacks. To illustrate, however, the ineffectiveness of the Republicans further, conservatives are demanding the zombie filibuster be abolished so we don't have to pass ridiculous policies like $300 million for the leftist NGO, the National Endowment for Democracy, which is
what did it say? No. Just you have to read this just because you will understand why this is funny.
Yeah.
Coming from JF of all people.
Yeah.
Just read it.
Let's see. What's JF have to say? The ultimate trick is to piss off abusive women. Abusive women want a reaction from you. They want to see you hurt. Don't give them that. Drives them insane.
Considering his shit with his ex-wife to say you should drive women insane is fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
There's a massive amount of irony from that. It's funny though.
This, however, is true.
No, I know.
They do want a reaction.
Yeah, I agree.
But it's funny who it's coming from, yeah. But 81 Republican members of the House of Representatives voted with all of the Democrats to keeping that funding stream to the National Endowment for Democracy going. Your federal money is going to that enterprise. This is truly troubling. Look, at the end of the day, I'm sure a number of these Republicans are somehow going to blame this on the Senate filibuster. Time to enforce. So in other words, just to get rid of this filibuster, the Republicans 81 Republicans just voted to give $300 million to a leftist NGO.
So it's a question for the Americans. Do you really want to live in this government in perpetuity?
I certainly don't.
Do you really want this to be your country?
I mean, this is the state of it. But what are you supposed to do? You can't vote your way out of this.
Yeah, but that's my point. Like, would you rather have this or like a competent council or kingdom? Because like this is a fucking this is like tin pot third world corruption. Like even my country doesn't do this kind of shit. This makes my country look fucking tame.
Which part? The voting for giving $300 million to their opponents?
Just
NGO?
the amount of sheer fraud and just the blatant corruption is worse than mine. Yeah.
I mean,
this is
no
fucking
place
insane.
No room to call any other country corrupt at this point.
Yeah, this
Mighty Biscuit for 10.
Fucking madness.
Yeah, it is madness. Mighty Biscuit for 10 says, why should a righteous man try to reason with a being who already chose the easy pleasures of hell over the hard-worked paradise of heaven? AKA, why are we still talking to these people? There's no reason to. It's why I don't talk to them anymore, because there's literally no fucking reason to talk to them. To explain the NED, for those not aware, by the way, about the $300 million that Republicans just gave them, which really feels like a drop in the bucket when you look at all the fucking fraud in university states. Was that morning here? I'm actually about to wrap up because there's so much more, and I'm not going to get into it. I'm just not going to have time. My voice is dying. So let me just, I'll get through this. Do I have a little funny at the end? I got a little funny at the end. The Republican majority backstabbed their voters a second time tonight. Elon's Doge efforts. Doesn't this have the information about it in here? Or is this just a thing about it? Oh yeah, National Endowment for Democracy, a left-wing NGO slush fund that worked with the Biden administration to censor Americans on the right. That's what they voted for. $300 million to that agency in particular. Organization. Isn't that cool? Thanks, Republicans. Also, other frauds, I don't know if I'll get to it next week or not. Medicaid, unemployment, SNAP, providing alcohol to the homeless, which, by the way, didn't provide alcohol to the homeless, which is calculated up to be between 1% to 2% of GDP. I didn't get to the J stuff, which I will next week, because Tyler Oliveira dropped a very interesting video about about fraud in the Hasidic Jew community, and I have some other J stuff.
They were quite weird, those guys, because even though they're typically very Jewish in their behavior, they don't like Israel.
Mm-hmm. True. Like, they don't, okay. Which is just interesting.
Yeah, it's quite strange.
Okay, yes, let's end on this. This is fun. Hang on. I have a funny thing. Spoon, how familiar are you with Reddit? Like just as a concept. Familiar. You want to see the most Reddit thing ever?
Is Vosh featured in it? Because it's like, oh, no, this. Yeah, yes, I did see this. I saw this on Flash.
This is so funny. So live stream fails.
Is AI.
It's not AI.
Are you sure?
Yes, because there's other videos of this guy. He's absolutely real. This is 100% a real dude. He's just put this weird background and thing around him. But no, this guy is 100% real. The scam he was trying to promote is not. But this guy's real, and he's been having a bit of a meltdown. I mean, this was part of the meltdown. Here's the TLDR. Livestream Fails is a subreddit for making fun of streamers who fuck up on live stream. Self-explanatory, right? Yeah. This guy he promoted something called $1 million, or like, it's called like $1 million influencer or $1 million fan. That was it, $1 million fan. And the whole thing is that you were supposed to win a prize. It was an exorbitant prize, like the biggest prize ever offered for for one of these reality show competitions. It's like $10, $20, $30 million, something exorbitant that made no sense. And it was going to be, what was the reality show going to be? Something like, apparently, it was supposed to be submitting clips, and just the show would just be clips of streamers and their fans and stuff, and whoever is the best fan wins. This is an obvious fucking scam. When their website was up, there was an AI generated picture of a mansion in the front of it. It was an incredibly obvious scam. This guy promoted it because he wanted attention. He thought like, oh, I can get all of LSF, Livestream Fails, involved in this, and I can win the money. This guy is Reddit incarnate. Because basically what happened is his post got deleted and he got called a retard for sharing a scam. This is the most Reddit fucking thing I've ever seen. So let's all laugh at this dude who is, also just physiognomy check. Come on now.
Hello, Spez, Mr. CEO of Reddit. I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email. I'm Brian, or Stale2000, or Tarot Card. I was the top moderator of your #1 gaming subreddit, r/livestreamfail, before I was recently removed from that position by the Reddit Code of Conduct team. There was an announcement related to a live stream related game show called $1 Million Fan. It was basically a game show like Survivor or Big Brother, where fans of a streamer compete in different challenges with an influencer or a streamer for various prizes. The kicker here is that there was a grand prize of $20 million.
That's what it was.
Supposedly. But I also had a stretch goal, and that was, what if LSF could be part of the show in some way?
Oh, wait a minute. I don't know. You know what? You guys, you're right. Excuse me. Let me go get some. This needs some. It's really weird that it has no music on it. It's bothering me.
The Benny Hill theme song.
No. It'll make sense. There we go.
Oh God, I know the music as well.
Oh my God, the fucking ad. It's because why am I? Oh, because I'm on Broken Crown. Yeah. Fuck. Much better.
There could be like a LSF-themed best clip contest. Like contestants compete in one of the kind of small challenges. They make the best clip, and then somebody kind of wins a prize at the end. This felt like one of the coolest things that a subreddit has ever done.
Even with his being in voice, a freaking the music is still very soothing.
It is.
I'm just tuning him out. I'm not even hearing him. I'm just like,
back in Tamriel. It's so much better.
I need to go through yet another fucking Oblivion Gate.
Reality TV show in a topic that's directly related to the subreddit? How awesome. And what I can tell you, for those who, may not believe that for most moderators, I'm a highly paid software engineer working in San Francisco. I do not need to take a couple $1,000 bribes from,
of course,
random internet scams, okay? It's really not a secret or very surprising. I got removed directly for the post that I pinned to the top of the subreddit related to the game show or supposed and alleged scam, as well as kind of for deleting comments that were kind of critical of it. Reddit moderators have power. They have influence. An even crazier story is the time when some Twitch employees...
What an insane thing to say, too. Just, he's power tripping so hard. Another fucking narcissist. All these people.
Found me in person and borderline begged me to make sure LSF is not used to destroy the multi-billion-dollar company Twitch. None of this would have happened if I had gotten support from Reddit. If Reddit had offered me partnerships, if Reddit had pipelines to connect with kind of major companies, if Reddit had lawyers that were helping me, like reading over these contracts, reading over these agreements.
Insanity. He posted a scam and is now freaking out. Like, I need money. I need lawyers. Because my job is so important. Moderating a subreddit.
Agreements, none of these very real mistakes that I made would have happened. That doesn't mean it's my fault or their fault.
It's certainly not my fault. But guess whose fault it is?
Your fault, Spez. Here's why.
Reddit's fault.
Reddit moderators don't need Christmas celebrations or special badges or community or events or team building exercises. No, even the Reddit event budget is barely useful. No, they need real material support. That means...
Give me money. Give me money. Money me. Money me needing a lot now.
I don't need money, but give me money.
And power, of course. Well, he already has power, according to him. But give me money.
Access to anything that like a talent manager would give an actual celebrity. So...
Because he's an actual celebrity for moderating a fucking subreddit.
And access to a bounty board, or ad deals, or lawyers, or event organizers, or professionals, or anything that actually matters. To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers. Not because they deserve respect or anything, but because...
Which he absolutely thinks they do.
They actually have real power and influence.
Wow. There's the most Reddit thing ever. He's been having a perpetual spurg out that is absolutely real. It is not AI. That is a real video and a real person.
If your hair looks like that, shave it for the love of God.
I know. Give it up, man.
And
give
also,
it up. It's over.
Get a better jawline, for God's sakes.
Bruh. All right. I'm also getting a bit sleepy, and Spoon clearly is. So... let's get through the rest of these super chats, shall we? And then we will head out for the evening. You saw the Kino Casino segments on this guy, right, Aiden? Oh, I did. It was fucking hilarious. I'm so glad. I'll always check out the casino. Mighty Biscuit for 5 says, would rather flee this godforsaken nation. Where can I go though? Switzerland? Japan? That's the thing. I don't have a lot of room to talk. I left the US. But leaving isn't a good option, I don't think. It's not a good choice. I mean, the country's not going to get any better by leaving. Now, I know Amelia, again, oh my god, Simply Green, I didn't even get to the Amelia stuff. I don't have any other fun Amelia things, I don't think. And I didn't even get to it. There's been so much shit. I'll try to, I've still got it in my notes, so I'll make sure next week, then for sure, we'll do, because Amelia's remaining perpetual. Amelia's forever, okay? We'll get to Amelia's stuff next week. And I'll make sure, let me write that down in my notes, that Amelia section next week. That's next Wednesday, the 8th. Okay, we'll do that next week. We'll have some Amelia stuff because I'm gonna buy. I have bought an Amelia cosplay, and I'll be wearing it in probably my next video. So sorry, it's just because it's getting late. The avatar sure does. Maybe a bit. Let's see. We'll do that next week because I have. It's just been so much other crap, man. Rat Cheatin' 10 for 2 says Cynthia Erivo is going to play Dracula. No, see, that's a role that actually fits her. She looks like a Dracula. Mighty Biscuit 45 also says he looks like a balding version of the obnoxious fanboy from Oblivion. Yes,
yeah,
it's the Oblivion music indeed. Anyway, guys, Spoon is EP. My voice is shot. We will see you all next week. And until then, friends, try not to get blackpilled. Cheers and night-night.
Ja, för det.
Yeah, bye.